Selamun Aleyküm. Çok teşekkür ederim. Esat Bey, e, organizasyona da çok teşekkür ediyorum davetten dolayı. Bu türden konuşmalara katılmak her zaman benim için bir keyif. İslami finans oldukça dinamik bir alan bu arada. Küresel arka plan çok kolay değil bu aralar. Küresel gerginlikler, jeopolitik gerginlikler, belirsizlikler var. Büyümenin koşulları daha yumuşamış durumda. Özellikle ASEAN bölgesinde ciddi bir güçlük söz konusu. Şimdi
My neighbour from Australia and Indonesia, very close by. Turkey is very far away, but Indonesia is a very popular holiday destination for us because it's close by. Yeah. From our perspective, I think that in the real economy, one of the real drivers of economic growth, employment, empowerment is the SME sector. So that small, medium enterprise sector is critical in driving economic growth. It's certainly the case in Australia, for example, where in terms of its share of employment, the SMEs, small businesses, actually hire significantly more. So with that in mind, Mr. Nugraha, perhaps make some opening remarks in the context of driving SME growth, and understand you could talk a bit about that later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rasa. So, if you allow me, I will show you some slides. Maybe we can go to page 3, please. Sorry. Okay. If we see from the slides, entrepreneurship, it is important to understand why micro, SME, or MSME matter so much in Indonesia. In Indonesia, MSMEs are not merely one segment of the economy. They are the backbone of the economy. As shown in the slide, more than 99% of business entities in Indonesia are MSMEs. with micro enterprises accounting for almost the entire business population. Their contribution goes far beyond business ownership. MSMEs absorb almost of Indonesia's workforce, contribute more than 60% of national GDP, and account for around 60% of total workforce. Sorry, 60% of total investment. This means that whenever we talk about economic growth, the job creation, poverty reduction, or economic resilience, we are essentially talking about the performance of MSMEs in Indonesia. This is particularly important for a country like Indonesia. MSMEs create opportunities not only in major cities, but also in rural areas and underserved regions. Therefore, the question is no longer whether MSMEs are important. The real question is how we can help them become more productive, more resilient, and more capable of moving up to the value chain. This is where Islamic finance becomes highly relevant. The role of Islamic bank should not be limited to providing access to capital. More importantly, it should help entrepreneurs grow their productive capacity, strengthen business ecosystems, and create sustainable economic value. And that is the perspective I would like to share today.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely fascinating to see the contribution of SMEs to employment. So stark, and that exists across all countries. We'll talk about that a bit later on. Thank you. Mr. Mohammed Higazi, Chief Executive Officer and MD for ADI Tasqiq at ADIB. Would you have some opening remarks, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for everybody to give me the chance to representing our experience as ADIB Egypt in the field of sustainability. Now, if you can share the presentation. We talk about main 4 points around this subject. The financing environmental steward and resources efficiency through Sharia-compliant capital instruments. The Islamic banks playing a pivot role in advancing environmental stewardship and resources of beneficiary as through Sharia-compliant capital instruments that align financial growth with ethical and sustainable development principles, rooted in the values of responsibilities, balances, and preservation of resources. Islamic finance naturally supports initiatives that promote environmental protection and long-term social well-being. Through Sharia-compliant sustainable finance, Islamic banks should, through integrate sustainable finance principle into financing activities in line with global trends, and support green business and ensure that energy of primary waste management, water conservation, and circular economy projects are addressed. This strong focus supports the transition towards lower carbon operations while ensuring compliance with Islamic principles that prohibit harmful and speculative activities. Second point that we talk about, the financing environmental steward and resources efficiency through Sharia compliance capital instruments. With Islamic integrating environmental, social, and government, which is ESG, consideration into financing and investment decisions as a part of the credit policy. They contribute to a better climate related to risks and opportunity identification while supporting resilient and sustainable economic growth. This enhancement due diligence strengthens portfolio resilience against ESG and climate-related finance risks while creating positive environmental and social impact. Islamic banks should work on ESG due diligence integrated into financing decisions, reviewing environmental and social risks before approving the finance, screening the export-related clients to avoid any negative impact of the CPAM on their customers' finance. Transparency, robust disclosure practice, and capabilities in sustainability reporting are essential pillar for banks, as it strengthens stakeholder trust and demonstrate the bank's commitment to responsible and ethical finance. Let's talk about the effort that did in ADIB. ADIB Egypt's sustainable finance policy is integrated within the credit policy, finance a comprehensive approach to identifying, assessing, and managing environmental and social risks and impact. ESG screening applied to all of its customers, SMEs, corporate, small business and finance. The enhancement due diligence strengthens portfolio resilience against ESG and climate-related finance risks while creating positive environmental and social impact. ADIB Egypt published several ESG periodically reports that aim to enhancing the quality and transparency of the bank's sustainability-related distribution and disclosures. In 2023, ADIB Egypt received an investment finance $50 million from IFC to achieve its sustainability goals and finance inclusion. ADIB Egypt now has won 9 awards as the best Islamic sustainable bank in Egypt and MENA region. This all in addition to ADIB Egypt CEO's recognition, Mr. Muhammad Ali, as the Arab regional most influential sustainability leader by League of Arab States. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Tekazi. Thank you. We'll do a bit of a deep dive into some of the work ADIB is doing in a moment. I wanted to turn to our Malaysian colleague, if I can. Having had the privilege to visit and live in the great city of Kuala Lumpur, you can see the city evolve and the demands evolve in KL and across the country. And what that brings with it, of course, is a demand for infrastructure. And so I wanted to sort of explore something in a twofold question. One is, and the Minister for Finance talked about this earlier in the week, how do you, from an Islamic finance perspective, using that lens, number one, facilitate a regulatory environment that attracts capital? And in addition to that, what sort of structures and how do you apply Islamic finance structures into infrastructure works? And I say this because the experience we have in Australia is that most of the large investors that look at infrastructure projects in PPPs, for example, look at it from a very conventional viewpoint. They look at it from a de-risked viewpoint. That tension, of course, we talked about earlier between the de-risked architecture of our global financial neoliberal economic system on the one hand, and then the actual real economy, that balance. How do you as a regulator facilitate that from a structure perspective and attracting investment perspective in Islamic finance?
Okay, there's many things inside that one question. And I will try and answer to the best I can because the story can be rather long.
Yeah.
We started more than 3 decades, almost 4 decades ago, the journey of Islamic finance. I think some of you who were in this hall today would have heard yesterday we started even the simple approach of introducing Islamic finance into the system was when we started the Pilgrims Board. And that's how we started that journey of bringing it into the way of life. And about 3 decades ago, it became a national agenda. So the traditional set of asset classes was naturally equities and sukuk as we started out that journey. The sukuk market especially has evolved from just being a Sharia compliant alternative to becoming mainstream. It's actually a very strategic tool to mobilize capital. And of course, we started with it financing many privatization projects, which we started in the early 90s. So national infrastructure, that was when we also built our first highways linking north and south. it started to attract diverse sources of long-term capital because, again, becoming a national agenda, Malaysia has an investment profile of very institutional base. So the institutions were very key supporters of this. And increasingly, you could see it being translated into socio-economic outcomes. Therefore, that objective has not been merely to facilitate that Sharia-compliant financing at the very onset, but it was also with the objective that Islamic finance was enabled to ensure that ISAM instruments was flexible, scalable, innovative. We have two regulators, the central bank and the capital markets regulator ourselves. We have a dual level of structure of Sharia governance, and Islamic finance was actually carved out, where business transactions was given the autonomy with a specific Sharia Authority Council, Sharia Advisory Council, and that was carved out, and it had established its own legal frameworks and acts. So that landscape evolved in tandem with the rest of the real economy and the nation's development agenda. In fact, interestingly, and I'm sure you know this very well, Mr. Asad, our inaugural Sukuk issuance was actually in 1990 by Shell. It wasn't even a private, it was a privatization, but that facilitated the first level of capital mobilization, but it was the expansion of the oil and gas industry. And we know that significance because it was supporting strategic sectors, and it set the precedent for the participation of MNCs in the ICM. So there were several prongs that led to that stage. So in the initial stages, I think the focus was about market familiarization. That was how we started. And foundational sukuk structures, ijara, musharaka, mudaraba, muraba. I mean, we had that whole gamut of it. And because we have our SC Sharia Advisory Council and Bank Negara Sharia Advisory Council, these structures and the resolutions that was provided alongside with it was very specific. And therefore, that gave certainty for investors because it did not depend on an individual or it was a very institutionalized approach. So that created confidence in the market. So as that infrastructure financing grew in scale and complexity, that framework evolved. We had hybrid multi-contract arrangements. We could see what was pervasively applied in the market was sukuk based on the Sharia principle of wakalah bil ististimah. This basically enabled issuers, you had the risk profile, but you also had cash flow characteristics, but commercial realities of large-scale projects. I mean, our Sharia advisors came to the market understanding what the market demands was. So example, the 30 billion sukuk program or US 10 billion sukuk program that was issued by our project Leboraya Usaha Samul Berhad, which was the one I spoke just now about the North-South Highway. It was the largest sukuk, one of the largest sukuk issuances to support national infrastructure. So what it did was it facilitated long-term funding for strategic national assets. So beyond that, we also looked at democratizing infrastructure financing. Institutional investors provided scale, but you also had issuances of retail, and that helped. So for example, we had a retail sukuk by one of our institutions, Dana Infra National. It was to finance the MRT network. So you actually brought in retail into the space. That growth, albeit I think still needs to be, because I think retail participation in instruments like sukuk is still a challenge.
Can I interrupt you on that point and ask you that question? Because I was going to ask about the retail side of things. On an infrastructure project, the challenge is this. These infrastructure projects last 30, 40, 50 years, right? That's the challenge. Our Islamic finance markets tend to be capital, and Mr. Hikay is nodding his head, it tends to be retail money. Retail money is not patient. Retail money requires 3 to 5 years and an exit.
Yes.
And so for so many years, all of us who've practiced in this area have looked at a 3 to 5 year term in investment and an exit is the first question we ask.
Yes.
These projects are long-term. I mean, that's a challenge. How do you address that?
So the beauty of it is you introduce tranches, you introduce different tenures, and it was really to tease the market into manifesting that democratization. It didn't mean that we would have opened it up altogether. That was not the game plan. So I think it's not just about infrastructure. Any retail sukuk that we are now planning to try and do in the market faces that challenge because of the durations issue. So what we find is that, like most markets, institutions snap it up, insurance companies, etc. So actually our latest master plan that was issued a couple of months back has put retail participation in Sukuk as one of the agendas. So hear me out. It's actually not so much to participate, whether it's infrastructure, but it's about allowing retail access to an instrument that is steeped in that feature. So how do we make them benefit from it for segments like retirement? Because people who are retired would need consistent, sustainable income. And I don't have the statistics about Turkey or some other jurisdictions, but for Malaysia, 80% of those who are retirees do not have enough income when they retire at 60. They actually, I think the threshold for Malaysia is ideally you should have about 300,000 ringgit, and that's really pathetic actually. It doesn't even serve half the needs you have because median age has gone up to about 75. So if you look at 60 to 75, you're going to struggle. So what we have to try and do is enhance that income. Our Provident Fund is not going to be able to sustain that all the time for them. So we're looking for retirement income and sustaining it. So retail Sukuk participation is an idea. We are toying even with tokenization of retail assets so that you get that consistency. So retail participation, be it privatization projects or not, is an aspiration. Small ticket sizes, we've got to start somewhere, but it will be a targeted approach. So the same thing what we did with that. So even, for example, we try and balance, for example, duration. What we try and do is if you're going to make the retail come in, we would look to see how we can leverage, for example, the project sponsors' needs in terms of the business activities. So if it was a toll project, how do you then define the duration of coupon increases with regards to the income they can get from the toll project and carve out that portion for the retail. So I think these are the innovations we're trying to see right now. There's not enough of it. And in fact, just to share with you, we even were toying with the fact, should we make it mandatory that a retail tranche be established for all Sukuk issuances? Because right now it's not. And unless you force it through, it's not going to happen. We are toying with it. We've had engagements with our stakeholders, getting a little bit of pushback, but it may come to that.
Yeah.
It may come to that. So the value proposition, I think, as you ask, how did we also ensure value proposition was, we didn't just come in with traditional objectives. We know the world has changed in the way we operate. Sustainability became a non-negotiable, and it wasn't something new. It's the norm. Everyone's challenged by it. Climatic stress is coming in. CSR is now becoming not nice to have, but must have. So we also introduced in our Sukuk guidelines and our interventions, we introduced a sustainable responsible investment framework. And that was way back in 2014. And I always emphasize we actually introduced it even before Paris Accord came in 2015, where we introduced that Sukuk raised for SRI were given certain incentives. Sustainable responsible investment, Sukuk issuances were accorded incentives. We also try to make it easy for issuers, because issuing sustainable responsible type of papers, there's always a trade-off between returns and how do you deliver the outcomes. So one of the costs is reviewers' expenses. Whenever you issue that, there has to be an independent reviewer or assessor whether that targets was met. So we introduced a grant to actually defray some of the cost for the issuers. It helped, and so we see a lot more traction in the SRI space. That was how we did it. We also introduced an SLS, Sustainability Linked Sukuk Transition, to help brown go green. It's starting to gain traction, but again, in the sustainable space, issuers are always concerned with targets. So I think Sukuk issuances for industrial needs for the nation has to be married together with incentives, because it is a nation-building effort. So, for example, most of you who may have been to Malaysia the last 1 year, we now no longer call our tallest building as the Twin Towers, for those of you who know. It's actually PNB Merdeka 118. And when PNB Merdeka 118 was being built, it actually issued a green sukuk with all the relevant certificates and all. So you kind of have demonstration effects, use case, because these are the things that actually convince people that a sukuk structure does work. I mean, risk sharing and all the matters aside. So in conclusion, I think it's no longer whether Sukuk can finance large-scale infrastructure projects. I mean, you have the use cases, but rather is how can we leverage on it to finance the next generation of infrastructure? Because you're looking at infrastructure that is more inclusive, more transformative. I mean, your REs, your solar panels. I mean, at one time, the joke within SC was all the Sukuk issuances it was only for solar panels. We didn't see anything else, you know. And it was very small ticket sizes, and bankers don't like small tickets. Yeah. And that was our struggle. With sustainable projects, the ticket sizes are usually small, and some are not even bankable. So how do you bring investment bankers into it? Because they don't like the margins that come with it. You know, so as a regulator, our challenge was, you can establish all the interventions, but it needs the commercial side to see economic sense of it. And that's where I think the long answer to that short question is that you need to have a facilitative regulatory architecture. I think that's important because it must evolve in a manner that accommodates market to be resilient, but at the same time we have a focus on managing long-term development priorities. Because for SC Malaysia, we are dual role. We regulate and we develop. So that's how our enablers for the interventions come in. So within the sanctity of Sharia, it must remain intact. So we understand infrastructure needs nowadays are more complex. Definitely with the issues and concerns that we have. But regulators also need to understand how do you work with stakeholders in the industry, like Sharia advisors, for example. How does one's framework remain and maintain that Sharia sanctity, but you must also have meaningful impact and market integrity? We have Sharia advisors asking us, what's the meaning of this? Because I only look at the contract, at the form of it. But when targets come in, there's a whole debate on how does it affect the form and feel. But we need to have also that evolve. So we actually introduce platforms where our Sharia advisors converse with climate scientists, for example, because otherwise we're not going to appreciate where the pain is coming from, and we're just looking at it. So way forward, I think we need to future-proof the ICM success that Malaysia has right now. I think what we do is beyond league tables, beyond quantifying size of issuance, what we're transcending to now is the quality of outcomes delivered. I think as government, as regulator, we should collectively consider how Islamic finance can move beyond funding infrastructure to financing projects that advance the objectives of Maqasid Sharia, which really creates that socioeconomic benefits, the prosperity, and I'm just going to end a little bit with the fact that what we have introduced right now for Sukuk issuers for a start is, for those of you who may or may not know it, SC Malaysia issued a Maqasid Sharia guidance in 2023. It was a maverick move where we actually decided, you know, how do we bring Maqasid into is ICM. So we were very clear that it was actually just for the ICM of Malaysia. We were not about to extend it to the rest. But if we introduce aspirations and principles in it, how does capital bring impact to the society? So we ask that issuers of Sukuk demonstrate how those principles and aspirations was manifested in their issuance. For the first year, it was actually a pilot effort. We had about 25% of the issuers coming in and actually sitting down with their Sharia advisors and qualifying in their Sharia pronouncements what we've done. This is actually ABCD. We've met it for the generations. We've looked at the society. To date, we are looking actually about close to 100 issuances that have actually embraced that. And we are looking at making it a mandatory requirement where issuances must actually demonstrate what is it that you're reflecting that has impact. And if you don't, you don't. But you will find that if you look at our guidance, some are really baseline. When you issue your capital, you may not be talking about the external stakeholders of the society, but you might be doing something for the CAPEX of your company or your OPEX. And example in case, if you were issuing it for the good of the business, your employees need to be taken care of, right? So some of the monies go to that. It is meeting that objective. So we're trying to introduce that. It'll take time, but surely we hope we'll get there.
No, look, that's a really good approach. And I think that This whole concept of a facilitative regulatory approach is really important, particularly in an area of Islamic finance, I mean, it's emerging in phases, and we've reached another phase of it. Now, I certainly always look at the Malaysian example and the regulators there and their approach as something very novel. I think, we're very hopeful, and that it's a fascinating approach too about having issuers look at that impact of Sharia compliance.
And I said, if allow me to just add
Sure.
some point.
Sure.
From cost perspective, the retail sukuk will be less costly for the beneficiary. So we need this kind of sukuk to grow. But the experiment for Malaysia, because it's a very advanced market, it started in 1920, and for more 20 years right now. They reached the level of issuing sukuk for retail, which is take a long time to educate the market, to educate the investor, to know the benefit of issuing this kind of sukuk. This kind of sukuk is very attractive for the retail due to it's a government, and it's safe, it's Islamic. It's from return perspective, it's more than the regular return from the banks. It's useful for the retail and profitable for the retail, especially if we talk about the pensions or all of these cases. Yeah. On the other side, the trading, if we talk about the sukuk, the problem for sukuk is the secondary market trading. We need retail activity to do trading for this sukuk. If we stuck only to the sukuk related to the institutions or to the banks, no one can trade. They make the sukuk and held it to maturity, so no secondary market. And the secondary market is so important for this growing to encourage investor to go for this product like sukuk. You have to have the secondary market. Till now, we didn't have the second market for sukuk due to the players. The players, if the players is banks or institution rather than retail, so there is no secondary market.
And so, just Mohammed, also while you're talking about that, I mean, we mentioned about, of course, sukuk are institutional investors. We want to encourage retail investors and diversify that. But from an asset diversification perspective, do you have any comments around that and what we do?
From diversification concept, actually in Egypt, when I was heading the debt management unit, the secret of our sustainability is the diversification. I remember that we targeting to issue sukuk, and we make the all of the law, executive regulation, all of these still reaching the issuance in the international markets after maybe 2.5 years. So we widen our investors to get an Islamic investor to the Egyptian markets, which is newcomers. Before that, all product for the Egypt not Sharia compliant. This is the first product Sharia compliant in 2023. On the other hand, we go to the Asian market and we issued Samurai bond and Banda bonds. So we didn't have any problem to diversify our source of funding, which is so important to any investor to diversify the source of funding, to widen the customer base, to get the cheapest cost of the funding as he can. Yeah.
Look, I wanted to sort of move now. We talked about institutional capital, really. I want to sort of talk about SMEs now with our Indonesian colleague, Ms. Nugraha. Financial intermediaries. The criticism, of course, is that when all of us who've ever worked in credit know we want to de-risk everything and look at mitigating any sort of credit risk. The problem with that is that banks, be it Islamic or conventional, by their nature de-risk themselves. And so what you neglect then is that SME market, right? Because really what we should be doing, if you look at the maqasid of Sharia, is encouraging businesses, encouraging entrepreneurship, and building up the economy from the ground up. And of course, if we're talking about, as you saw the slide, about such a significant employer base, we need to be encouraging that. So from the perspective of yourself and Treasury and your bank, how do you approach that? How do you ensure that we support small business, and what sort of structures do you use to do that?
Thanks. Okay. We are aware that there are some challenges that our customers, the MSMEs segment, facing to develop, which is the financing mismatch, and the second one is the low formalization and capability, and the third one is weak ecosystem integration, and also the consumption-oriented financing instead of being productive. So if we go to our slides again,
Could we have Mr. Nugraha's slides up, please, if I get a chance? Thank you.
okay. This is basically the challenges that our customers of MSME segment is facing. Actually, Indonesia has established a strong commitment to MSMEs development through regulations, institutional arrangements, and large-scale financing programs. However, experience shows that even with these efforts, many MSMEs still struggling to scale up, to improve the productivity, and to become more competitive. This suggests that the challenge is not simply the availability of financing, but a broader set of structural barriers. In general, there are 4 major challenges faced by MSMEs, as we can see in the slides. Taken together, these challenges highlight an important lesson. Supporting MSMEs is not simply about providing more financing. It is more about providing the right financing combined with capacity building, ecosystem development, and long-term partnership. This is precisely where the Islamic finance offers a distinctive value proposition. If we go to the next slide, we in BSI, we have this charity institution under our group is a philanthropic institution called BSI Maslahat, which have the role to overcome the challenges that we previously mentioned. We believe that these challenges cannot be addressed through a single intervention. Different entrepreneurs face different constraints depending on the stage of development. Therefore, the support required by a newly established entrepreneur is fundamentally different from that required from the established ones. This understanding from the basis of what we call our entrepreneur class upgrading framework. The objective is not simply to provide financing, rather it's to create a structured pathway that enables entrepreneurs to continuously move up the value chain and progress from being unbankable to becoming sustainable and competitive enterprises. This is where BSI Maslahat plays a critical role. Unlike commercial banks, Islamic philanthropic institutions do not primarily operate based on bankability assessments, collateral requirements, or financing risk evaluations. Their mission is social empowerment and community development. In BSI, we have many MSME center, or we call it incubators, across Indonesia, and the understanding led BSI to establish the BSI MSME Center that serve as dedicated platforms for entrepreneur development and MSMEs empowerment. In essence, the MSMEs centers functions as bridge between entrepreneurship development and financial inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Asad.
Just a follow-up question from that. You're Director of Treasury at Bank Sharia. How do you deal with risk? We're talking, obviously with SMEs, risk participation, risk sharing, musharaka. Can you talk us through that? How do you deal with those contracts in the context of SMEs?
SMEs, as we know, the amount is not that big, right?
Yeah.
For us to finance.
Sure.
So I haven't experienced any syndicated financing for SMEs.
Sure.
Yeah. But from our perspective, if we compare Sharia financing versus let's say the conventional financing,
sure,
I think the Sharia financing is the fittest to support the MSMEs in Indonesia.
Are you using musharaka-based contracts, co-risk sharing
yes,
contracts?
yes.
And it's genuine co-risk between the bank and between the customer?
Correct, yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting approach, but obviously other jurisdictions will use murabaha and ijara and contracts that de-risk, so you're actually using co-risk sharing contracts.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. And what challenges do you have in doing that from a treasury perspective? Because obviously treasury people don't like risking their capital.
Okay, talking about the treasury activities, maybe it's a bit related to the previous discussion regarding the sustainable financing. Actually, we in BSI, we already issued our initial sustainable sukuk back in 2024. It was 3 trillion rupiah for 3 years and attracted 9 trillion rupiah of orders. And then we issued the sustainable sukuk again in 2025 and also oversubscribed. Regarding to the SMEs, maybe that's one of the activities that we do in Treasury to match our asset liability and also to have some arrangement in the maturity gap between the asset and liabilities because we need longer funding, to maintain our ratios, right?
Sure.
Everything. So, and also to diversify our assets as well. Yeah.
Thank you. What I might do is, I've got a few questions, but I might open it up for Q&A from the audience in the last 10 minutes. Yes, Mohammed? Salam.
Salam.
Thank you. Has been fractions to serve the retail customers exactly from ticket perspective.
Maybe repeat the question so they're...
Okay, sorry. So I would like just to shed the light about the recent development done within the UAE for Islamic finance about when you talked about sukuk retail. So we have worked on, from Emirates Islamic Bank, for example, we were a pioneer of it having a fraction sukuk concepts for our clients, for our retail clients. Those, for example, they would like to diversify their portfolio or they have a small ticket size in terms of investments. From sukuk perspective, you have a minimum ticket if you want to join the market to invest in it. While from retail perspective, not most of the time they have the same size of the money would like to invest it in this, or they have the availability. So we reduced this. So we opened up, another channel for retail customers to be able to invest in this kind of instruments, and definitely it's making a big difference from market perspective. So another point about musharaka also, it's very interesting to have this as a mode of financing being used, but the question I have from treasury perspective, how this is treated from capital adequacy. So do you have a certain incentives from central bank in terms of risk weighted, or it's being treated as a normal financing?
Maybe before we might start with Indonesia, then Malaysia, is the question. But from a treasury, Mr. Nugraha, from a treasury perspective, and risk weighting on musharaka.
Okay. Actually, for us in Indonesia, the challenge is maybe the market depth is not there yet, and maybe the literacy is not there. It's not as good as Malaysia, maybe. The sukuk is generally issued by the government. We don't have many experience in issuing sukuk, corporate sukuk in Indonesia, actually. Going into retail market, I think the key for us is the digitalization, sir, because it's a mass market, right? So it has to be digitalized. And here in BSI as well, we also encourage our retail customers to diversify their asset as well, not only the the conventional products like savings and deposits. We also encourage them to invest in sukuk as well. And maybe one more thing in Indonesia, we have the bullion lessons in BSI. So our customer also invest in gold. So the diversification is there.
But from the question about musharaka and risk weighting from a regulatory capital perspective, because obviously that's the challenge, right? How does your regulator view that, your banking regulator?
I don't think there's any challenges regarding the regulation for Indonesian market. I mean the sukuk market in Indonesia. But maybe one of the things is we are not used to use the commodity murabah scheme for the banking industries, including maybe the sukuk issuance. We haven't experienced the commodity murabah scheme. Okay. Maybe that's it. Okay. For regulation perspective, I don't think there's any challenges.
Any more questions from the audience? Gentleman in the back. But maybe we'll get a microphone to you.
Thank you so much for that informative conference. And I would like to know about what's the position of Islamic financing for the sovereign fund government projects? Is there for any growth period or 10 years, 20 years in your country experience? If you have any experience, could you share with us?
So just repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, I would like to know for government sovereign fund projects, for the foreign countries project, is there any position for Islamic banking financing? Is there any specific position in Malaysia, Indonesia, or?
Whether that's the first to go to, whether Islamic finance is the first of choice.
For the choice for instance, for one of the foreign government projects.
Okay.
Yeah. So for foreign government, for your sovereign projects, do they look at Islamic finance?
Oh, okay. I think at least for Malaysia, I think being a national agenda, that will always be the first choice. But we're also mindful that it has to be competitive. Whatever the funding structure may be, it has to make sense for the government to raise it via an Islamic instrument. So I think that's where it has to evolve. It cannot just be I take the Islamic route, but it's at a risk of returns not being at the level it should be, costing the way it should be. So I think that's where the maturity and depth of the market has to be. But yes, it should be the first of choice for sure. But again, I think there are times when we issue MGS versus JI. It'll depend on the government's balance sheets also at that point of time. I mean, there are a lot of factors going into that for a consideration. Can I just pick up that point on the fractional line? Actually, we were looking very interestingly at that progress, because as that came out, we were also toying with it within Malaysia ecosystem. So we are looking at tokenizing it as a first step. I think the breaking up of it is the way we want to, but going back to the fact that retail tranches are usually held very close to heart by the issuers. I mean, bankers snap it up, and it usually goes to the segment of the sophisticated investors, even when it's done. I think that's where I say, intent of fractionalizing or even tokenization has to be coupled with the intent of pushing it through. How do you make sure it happens? Otherwise, it'll be very fragmented. Only one or two issuers would get it, which is what we've experienced, and then it dies off. How do you make sure that Sukuk can give that consistent presence in the market? And that's why we talked about how does it get tied into retirement. And maybe the large issuers started with first. So I think that's where we are. We are looking at where they can afford to take it out and maybe even offer retail sukuk to their employees, for example, as a start, because then you get that traction. Otherwise, if it's just a simple commercial thing, you also have to factor in cost, for example. You don't want retail sukuk to be tagged on with a cost for the players, and because otherwise net for a long duration paper, minus out the cost, it's not going to make economic sense, right? So I think those are the things, and that's why I think where the regulators have to come in. Do we make it rule-based, or do we make it commercial? Can I just add to the SME factor, just maybe to give a perspective from Malaysia on the SME, if you don't mind. I think for us, for the capital markets in Malaysia, we took the SME funding as a challenge, especially it was post-COVID. And you realize that this was a segment that needed help. And how does the capital market come in? So interestingly, our capital market master plan in that period of COVID, our tagline was stakeholder economy. And that was the first time we brought SME into the capital market. And that meant we had to introduce things like peer-to-peer and ECF as the approach. But we went agnostic actually for SMEs. In Malaysia, for the SME funding, we were actually agnostic. We do allow operators to provide Islamic or conventional options, and it's a call. So it could be if it's from the Islamic economy, so be it. You can have the full value chain, and that's something that needs education and awareness. But I think like Indonesia, it's the challenge is about awareness. The challenge is about cost, because the peer-to-peer structures, we also find feedback that the cost was a little bit high. So what we introduced was I just wanted to share with you, and this actually has been one of the success stories we have in Malaysia. Between us and the Ministry of Finance, we introduced a mechanism that's administered by the regulator, but we use government capital to crowd in private investors. So it's a matching fund actually. So since we launched it in 2019, it's called MYCIF, MYCIF, Malaysia Co-Investment Fund. We have mobilized more than ringgit 7 billion. We've supported 11,000, 12,000 MSMEs and startups. What it does is it operates on a co-investment ratio. For every 4 ringgit that's raised from the private investors, this fund invests, the government invests 1 ringgit to ensure public money then can amplify rather than replace private capital. So we approached it that way. So naturally, if it was an Islamic solution, it will benefit the Islamic finance growth, otherwise conventional. So we have now since raised it. So the fund recycles the returns. It's not a grant system. So it's a revolving capital mechanism. It compounds impact. We have a very low NPL. Definitely around below 4%, that's for a fact. And we've now extended this modality to the other ministries of the country. So it started with the finance ministry, and it was meant for certain sectors, agriculture, food, etc. Now the Trade and Industry Ministry, the Natural Resources Ministry are all trying to get it on in the same modality, but into small businesses in that segment, because like Indonesia, almost 90% of our companies, the SMEs, they are a chunk of the employment ecosystem. So that was the way we took it. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. That's interesting. Look, I think we've run the full hour, so I might conclude if we've got any more questions. Maybe one more question.
Just one adding for the UAE point. The secret of this issuance for retail success also the liquidity, because there is a liquidity enough for the retail sector in UAE, which they prefer to go to Sukuk rather than the regular banks. Also, that's why of this success, this good success you did. For the sovereign issuance, in sovereign issuance, the benefit for the issuance is coming from the regular investor and the Sharia-compliant investor. That's why we get the best pricing in the sovereign issues. In Egypt, we did our primary auction through primary dealer system that include some Islamic banks and some regular banks to put their bids in the auctions and to get the best bid for best amount that the government needs. And in the secondary market, it's open for all kind of investors, even retail.
Look, it can't be understated the role of regulators in intervening in these markets, in facilitating capital that comes into the right places.
Yeah, I want one recommendation to be as a recommendation from this conference. As my experience in preparing the documentation for any sukuk issuance, it's a lot of headache and a lot of work to prepare this kind of contracts and structures, or all of this hassle work. Although the all issuance during the all countries that during the last 10 years, nothing of these prospects can be right now as a model to be conducted for any other countries. If you have a model, you can take this model and just make an adjustment with the regulator and according to law for each country, and then go on. But at least you have a model. In reality, there is no model.
Just don't tell the lawyers.
Yeah, no, but I think about how we can push the market for sukuk to go up.
Yeah.
One of these steps are related to the finding the tuning for the time for preparing the documentation. Documentation, it takes a lot of time. It make the process for issuance very long.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There hasn't been a solution to that in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And law firms have profited a great deal out of that. Yeah. I used to be a lawyer, so I can say that. Okay. Maybe one last question before we finish up.
Well, Aristotle said about money that money should not give birth to more money. And the Americans have been printing fake money for the last 55 years since 1971. And as it has been mentioned in these conferences, the world debt has reached $350 trillion. Well, George Simmons from 1936 is a Jewish banker who pointed out that banks should have full reserve, not fractional reserve. And Haris Irfan also talks about this in one of his conversations, that as long as there's going to be fractional reserve, can we really say that this is interest-free, this is Islamic banking? So when the world's economic system is built around fractional reserve and fake money, tied with the 1945 Bretton Woods dollar, can we really say that we can have Islamic banking? Thank you so much.
You're from you're not
Yeah,
from
I'm going to let the bankers answer.
You're not from Bank Negara, so you can escape the question,
Yes,
right?
I'm going to let the bankers
I think, Mr. Nugraha, you're the only banker on the panel here, so you can take that discussion. But I understand that tension completely between fractional banking and Islamic finance and the architecture which we're trying to operate in, and I think that's been done. Any Mr. Nugraha, any comments on that? Sorry to put you in a difficult spot on that question.
Can you repeat
But essentially, the question is asking, can you really have Islamic finance if you've got fractional banking? That's the question, right? And what do our regulators need to do to facilitate that? Because Islamic banking is about not credit creation, but risk sharing. Or how has Indonesia approached that? If I could ask you that question, because it's obviously a hot debate in our industry. But.
Yeah, it's a very tough question actually. Maybe in Indonesia, our main problem is the literacy and the inclusion of the Sharia banking. So we in Indonesia, as let's say one of the biggest Muslim countries,
Yeah.
Our Muslim society is around 80%, represent maybe 240 million people. But the assets of Sharia banking is only 7.5% of the whole industry. So the main reason is the literacy, and the inclusion is still relatively low. For us, challenges between the Islamic bank and the conventional bank is not really there. But I think once again the literacy, because I believe that the Maqasid Syariah is there in Indonesia.
Yeah.
But maybe we as Indonesian Syariah bankers in Indonesia, we have to be more, the competitiveness is must be higher. So people will see us equally with the conventional bank.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's the challenge in Indonesia.
We might conclude there, I think. We've run the full hour. And just I wanted to thank the panelists. If you could please, round of applause and thank them so much for their time.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Thank you to our moderator and our distinguished panelists for that thought-provoking discussion and for answering those pressing questions that was forwarded to you. We are a bit ahead on schedule, which is a very rare instance to be in during summits like this. But luckily, we do have time for a 30-minute break. So I would like to invite everyone back here in 30 minutes. In the meantime, you can help yourself to some refreshments and
Thank you so much.
reconnect on the topics and discussions that were discussed in that panel today. After the break, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to the next panel titled Digital Capital and Financial Innovation, Technology, Governance, and Sharia Integrity. Enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your short break. We now move on to our second panel of the day. It is titled Digital Capital and Financial Innovation, Technology, Governance, and Sharia Integrity. From tokenized assets and artificial intelligence to digital finance platforms and emerging regulatory frameworks, technology is transforming the financial landscape at an unprecedented pace. As these innovations continue to evolve, ensuring strong governance, market integrity, consumer protection, and Sharia compliance will be more important than ever. Moderating this session is Mr. Nizamuddin, Senior Advisor at New World Group. If you can join me here on the stage. Welcome. Joining Mr. Nizamuddin is Dr. Mohammed Damak, Managing Director, Sector Lead Financial Institutions and Global Head of Islamic Finance at Standard & Poor's. Welcome. Mr. Khalid Hawladar, Managing Partner at Accreditus. And last but certainly not least is Mr. Murat Onuk, Managing Partner at Ars Portföy. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Nizamuddin. I'm thrilled to be your moderator for this sixth session of the conference. Our session is titled, as you can see, Digital Capital and Financial Innovation, Technology, Governance, and Sharia Integrity. I want to start by putting some numbers on the table and some context, because the story they tell is one of an extraordinary momentum running straight into three hard questions that I would love for our panel to think about today, which is, can the technology scale? Can the governance keep up? And can we preserve Sharia integrity while we do it? So let me talk about the scale of the industry we're talking about, which our esteemed panelists will know very well. Global Islamic finance assets have surpassed $6 trillion, achieving remarkable growth in recent years. The trajectory is very steep. On current trends, the industry is projected to reach close to $10 trillion by 2029, growing at around 10% a year. Now, inside that industry, we know there are two significant engines of growth. Islamic banking, still about 3/4 of total assets, operating into 84 markets worldwide. And the Sukuk market has crossed a landmark recently, over $1 trillion in USD outstanding. In 2024 alone, we saw $254 billion USD issued, up 11% year on year. And within that, we saw ESG Sukuk, which we had from the previous panel as well, surpassing 50 billion USD outstanding, which means sustainability also is moving from the margins to the mainstream of the asset class. Now, hold that picture. We have a near US $6 trillion industry, and let's zoom into the digital frontier where it gets interesting. The global Islamic fintech market, where I spent 5 years building a UK digital bank, reached an estimated 198 billion USD last year, and is projected to reach 341 billion by 2029. Again, double-digit growth. That ecosystem is now 484 Islamic fintech companies across 41 countries, 13 sectors, and it's growing faster than the conventional sector, which is around 11% a year. But despite all of that, Islamic fintech still represents just 1.5% of the global fintech market. So if we put those two numbers together, we have faster growth than conventional fintech, but barely 1.5% of the market. That gap between the trajectory and the scale is exactly what I would love for us to talk about on this panel. Just on capital alone, investment we know is arriving. In 2024, where we have some data, we saw 170 deals, close to $1 billion. 2025 has seen that accelerate further, especially in the MENA region, but it seems to be selective. And practitioners themselves have been quite candid why. The biggest hurdles in Islamic fintech are access to capital, consumer education, regulation, talent, complexity of geographic expansion. So the picture is a positive one in a sense. We have 80% of firms sitting in 10 countries, 72% operating within 5 subsectors. Top 5 markets are Saudi, Iran, Malaysia, UAE, Indonesia. Turkey is also in the top 10. And the newest market, which I know one of our panelists in particular, actually all of them will talk about, is digital assets, which has continued to show really strong momentum in recent years. Tokenized Sukuk, we've seen on-chain settlement, we've seen AI-driven compliance, all converging. So we have a digital sector growing on double digits. We're attracting real capital. We're sitting on top of almost $6 trillion of US Islamic finance industry capital, heading into close to 10 trillion. And yet that digital frontier is capturing only 1% of fintech, concentrated in a handful of countries. So the growth is the easy part. Question that I would love for our panel to consider today, along with your expertise with the technology, governance, and Sharia, can move together at pace, or whether one of them becomes the bottleneck for us all. So with that having been said, I'm thrilled. We had our brilliant MC introduce our panel, but I'll do one more. So if I can ask Dr. Mohammed Damak to go first, who's the Managing Director and Global Head of Islamic Finance at Standard & Poor's, where he heads the cross-practice Middle East team comprising analysts based in Dubai and Riyadh, and covering sovereigns, financial institutions, and corporates. And prior to his time at S&P, Dr. Mohammed was at the African Development Bank in Tunis. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. And thanks again for the organizer for inviting us to participate in this important event. The short answer to your three questions is yes. And in the previous panel, I heard a lot talks about using Sukuk for SMEs financing, opening the Sukuk for the retail investors and the retail market generally. And in the next 10 minutes or so, I will try to show you how digital Sukuk could help achieve those objectives while keeping in mind the three questions that you asked. But before doing that, I'd like to start with where we are today. I mean, the Middle East has been through some challenging time recently. And despite that, we haven't seen a major drop in the volume of issuance of Sukuk. Actually, the opposite happened. The total volume of issuance has increased as of the end of May 2026 versus May 2025. Obviously, that was driven by countries outside of the Middle East region because we've seen a major drop in the Sukuk issuance in the UAE, for example, $7.5 billion drop year on year. But we've seen an increase in Malaysia, and particularly with the ILM offering liquidity management instrument for the Islamic financial institutions, along with the sovereign in Malaysia. And we've seen also the issuance coming from other countries, including Saudi Arabia, where we've seen a stability in the volume of Sukuk issuance, which was more helped by the local currency side of the equation. In 2026, we think that the market performance will be still fine, although the volume of issuance in foreign currency is likely to drop because, obviously, of the instability in the Middle East, and also because when we started the year, we were thinking that the Fed will continue with its rate cutting cycle, but now we think that stability will be the name of the game for 2026 at best. Now, what are the key challenges that any Sukuk issuer face? One of these challenges is the complexity of issuing Sukuk versus doing a conventional bond. And again, if I go back to what happened during the Middle East war, we've seen many sovereigns in the GCC doing private placement of conventional instruments because it's easier, it's faster to implement, and you know the investors that you're talking to, so you can price fairly quickly. Had they wanted to go through the Sukuk route, it could have been much more challenging, it could have been much more time consuming. And the fact is, in early 2026, we've seen a new issuer coming to the market, which was the Bina, that has issued a Sukuk in early 2026. And in order to reach that point, it took Bina a long time before being able to reach the finish line and to tap the market. And that long time is usually spent in the adjustment of legal environment, in the identifying the structure and the assets that will be used, the negotiation between the issuer, the lawyers, the Sharia scholars, the rating agencies sometimes, before being able to finalize their document and before being able to tap the market. All that could disappear with the use of technology. And the use of technology, and particularly through digital or smart Sukuk, could render this process much more smoother and much less time consuming, in a sense that instead of going through that long journey of, obviously, you would have to have your legal environment adjusted and in place and friendly for Sukuk issuance before being able to tap the market. But instead of going through that journey of discussing with the scholars, discussing with the lawyers, etc., you would be able to log in on a platform similar to HSBC Orient, for example, and issue your Sukuk in a tokenized form, leveraging existing legal documents or even leveraging AI to build your existing legal document. And that's the intersection with the three questions that you've asked. So leveraging AI to build your legal documents, to build your structure, and to get everything in order to be able to tap the market. And that could help opening the market to the SMEs. Because the SMEs today are excluded because it's time-consuming to issue Sukuk, and it's expensive. Because all the parties involved, they cost money, and they cost a lot of money for some of them. And also, it could open the Sukuk market to the retail investors in the sense that today, the minimum entry ticket for Sukuk is typically in the $100,000. With digital Sukuk or fractionalized Sukuk, you could issue Sukuk with even $1,000 ticket, for example. Now, leveraging AI can be done in three different aspects. One of them is building the English law contracts. Again, today it's much easier to draft contracts with AI rather than using the traditional method. Similarly, the compliance with local regulation, AI could check much faster what are the implication or what are the important consideration in the local regulatory environment that needs to be taken into consideration and need to be factored in your Sukuk before being able to issue the Sukuk. For example, Egypt issued the Sukuk a few years ago, and one of the peculiarity of the Egyptian civil law is that if you leave a real estate asset unutilized for 6 months, it can be taken by the state, and that would constitute a total loss event in the Sukuk legal documentation and could have consequences for Sukuk holders. That was picked up by the lawyers, but I mean, with AI, you could have someone picking up the most important consideration of your local regulation and reflecting them in your legal contracts. And Sharia interpretation is another topic where leveraging AI could help in coming up with a structure that would be acceptable based on AOFI standard or based on specific Sharia standards of the specific country, HSA authority, or etc. But the journey is not straightforward, and there's a lot of challenges that needs to be overcome. And I'll talk about the three main challenges that, from our perspective, are preventing the market from developing today and how they could be resolved. The first challenge is interoperability. I mean, today you have traditional rails that have been there for the past many years and that have been tested and retested. Coming up with completely new rails would mean that the two rails would need to speak to each other. And even if you look at blockchain, for example, not all the blockchains could speak to each other today. And one way to overcome this challenge, which what we've seen so far, is either to use private permission blockchains, like, for example, HSBC Orient, but that means that if you're an investor, you need to have access, or you need to have a ticket to be able to access to that private blockchain in order to be able to participate in the transaction. The use of public blockchains, although some regulators don't like that so far and have opined that sometimes when the assets are listed on public blockchains, they would attract a significant risk rate, although some of the regulators are starting to think that again, and to try to differentiate between the public blockchains and take into consideration the additional operational risk the use of blockchain A versus the use of blockchain B would introduce. And thirdly, the cross-chain communication technologies, which are like bridges, for example, and which enable different blockchain to communicate between each other, like although, I mean, for bridges, for example, there have been several hacks in the past of that specific item in the transaction, and that constituted in the past a single point of failure for some transaction. Although the market is moving forward, for example, with sidechain bridges that create, for example, separate blockchain to post the transaction on the main blockchain. The second challenge that the market is facing is how to bring money natively on the chain. Because today, if I look at the conventional space, for example, there have been a number of digital bonds that have been issued, but yes, they are digital on paper. Because in reality, when it comes to money, money goes through the traditional pipes. And that removes some of the efficiency gains that the technology introduced. And in order to bring money natively on the chain, you have different solutions, and countries have different preferences in terms of these solutions. So you have for example, the wholesale central bank digital currency, which is the preferred solution for the likes of Switzerland. They've created that for the digital bonds of the cantons. It's also the preferred solution of the EU. But it's not the preferred solution of the US. The US is rather trying to encourage the move towards stablecoins through the Genius Act. And the Genius Act and also regulatory clarity about stablecoins could help to make them this tool to bring the money natively on the chain. And you have the likes of, for example, with HSBC Orient, you have a token that goes on the platform to document that the payment has happened, but there's no money that goes natively on the chain. Money goes through the traditional means of paying the investors and the different intermediaries of the sukuk. And when it comes to stablecoin, obviously, what you want to avoid is using a stablecoin that end up depegging. And that's why it's important to look at what is really underpinning the promise of the stability of the stablecoin. And the third challenge, which is a very, very long-standing challenge that the Islamic finance industry has been facing, which is the lack of standard Sharia interpretation and the lack of standard legal documentation for sukuk. Although we've seen some push towards higher standardization in the market, whether in the form of legal documentation or for Sharia with the Standard 62 of the AOEF that has tried to come up with a comprehensive framework to manage the sukuk from A to Z. But the market is not yet there. And this is an important challenge that needs to be resolved before you can even start to think of translating what is in the legal document into a smart contract or into language that could be embedded in the smart contract, because sometimes the legal documents can be vague and can be subject to interpretation. So that was it.
Brilliant.
I think digital sukuk is the future, but it will take a bit of time before it
Thank you,
starts
Dr. Mohammed. I'm sure we will come back to you. You've raised some really important questions, especially around traditional challenges of Sharia governance, interpretation of sukuks, and how that transfers onto digital and the blockchain. So up next, we have Khaled Hawladar, founder and managing partner of Accredites, a Dubai-based boutique advisory firm focused on the Middle East and Africa, specializing in credit, Islamic finance, and digital assets advisory for institutional and sovereign clients. Khaled was previously at the other ratings agency, if I can say it, at Moody's, for more than 15 years, where he went on to become their first global head of Islamic finance and head of Middle East banking and securitization. He's also an active angel investor, having invested in over 20 plus, mostly tech startups and venture funds. So you uniquely bridge both institutional and the startup space. Looking forward to hearing your remarks.
Great. I'm actually going to stand. I prefer to, if that's just
always an agitator. Yeah. We know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm swinging something.
Never good words.
So look, Turkey is a G20 country 1.5 trillion GDP, 90 million people. Apparently 1 in 4 of you are using crypto. Yet when it comes to digital assets and Islamic finance, you underhit. I think Turkey could really be the center of a new digital asset economy. And there are many things that I think make Turkey suited for this. And I hope after my session, I leave you with some ideas as to why Turkey, instead of being at the back, can go to the front. I'm based in Dubai. If you look at what the GCC is doing in digital assets, they are all pushing forward because this is a unique opportunity for a new system with a new architecture. And I think it's something that will benefit Turkey if they can get moving. Yalla, I mean, serious. Look, global financial assets, 500 trillion, digital assets, relatively tiny, tokenized assets, even smaller. Islamic, it's like 0.00001%, like almost nothing. You have Larry Fink, BlackRock, manages 11 trillion. He is pushing his organization full into digital assets. You have Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, 3 trillion, going full speed into digital assets. You have the US government with stablecoins, Genius Act. Everyone is going into digital assets. And so the choice for Turkey, the choice for the Ummah, is do you want to be in an architecture that is run and colonized by other people who share values that are different from your own? If you're happy to do that, then just submit and just give up. But this gives you a chance to build a new architecture. One of the speakers today, the last question, mentioned the Bretton Woods Agreement, the split from gold. That old system is starting to change because of the rise of China. There's a change happening. Now, the Ummah itself can be its own economic system within a new economic world, a more multipolar world. Turkey could have a role in that. So Nizam has already mentioned the Islamic finance sector. Alhamdulillah, it's a success. It's a $7 trillion success, but we stopped. Once we mimicked, in my view, the existing system, the innovation kind of stopped. And digital assets, as you can see, is tiny. Nonetheless, there are some players. Now, Facet is notable because a Turkish investor, Ars Portföy, is part of the $51 million invested in what, in my view, is the first Islamic stablecoin-backed bank. Alhamdulillah, it's good. This may mean that Turkey could be the first one to have a properly regulated stablecoin bank. If this does, this is a huge development, not just for Turkey, but for the Islamic economy as a whole. And all Islamic banks should be thinking, especially the participation banks of Turkey, should be thinking, we need to be fluent in this technology. And if we become fluent, then not just Muslims in Turkey, but Muslims everywhere can start to use the participation banking system of Turkey. Marhaba Network is a project that I'm involved in, Sharia compliant, digital assets. What's really interesting here, we have seen the transaction volumes of this Sharia sensitive community. And in about 2 years, 3 years, they've done about $10 billion worth of volume, moving value through digital assets, mostly stable coins, but some crypto. And that shows that the Ummah, the young of the Ummah, are already on chain. So who are you building for when you think about the future? If the youth generation is already here, you should be building for them and bringing them into the system. They don't want to go into banks, or they want to have control over their wealth, over their assets. So look, the Ummah must lead, not follow. This is an opportunity to not be dependent on the financial infrastructure of others that don't necessarily share your values. Turkey It's number one in the world for the on-chain crypto volume. $200 billion. So your people, your young, are already there. Yet, where is the digital assets ecosystem of Turkey? Why are they doing all of this volume on US infrastructure, US assets? So, in addition, why are they doing it? I mean, look, the lira has lost a lot of value. Now, the idea of a currency, again, the gentleman before, I don't remember if he's still here, who talked about the fiat money, the printing of money. What holds its value through time? It's assets. Whether it's real estate, whether it's gold, whether it's property, whether it's real businesses, or even real services. A system that is anchored around the real economy is something that's much more beneficial and will preserve value. Blockchain allows things that were previously illiquid, things that were previously hard to move, hard to sell, become much easier in a blockchain-based system. So for me, the ideal, the near of getting towards a sincere asset-backed system, for the first time in 1,500 years, now becomes possible. Technology has given us the method. It's up to us if we want to seize the opportunity. The idea, a Turkey first. We always hear America first, etc. first. Turkey, again, you have 86 million people. Any system needs scale. For all of the benefits of the Gulf countries, they have money, which is obviously crucially important, but you don't have a population, you don't have an economy. Everybody in Turkey works from the bottom to the top. If you give Turkish people the ability to move value around between ourselves, you will create growth, you will create opportunities. Turkish SMEs will boom. But you need regulated access. With any system, there is the potential for corruption, exploitation, etc. So at the top level, whether it's central bank, capital markets authority, they need to set the rails, the rules, for an efficient, honest, functioning system. Now, the same system can work whether you're Sharia compliant or non-Sharia compliant. You don't want to force people to say you have to be this or you have to be that, but the same infrastructure works for both. So then within that architecture, you could have these Sharia compliant instruments. So the smart sukuk that Dr. Demak was talking about would easily work on this infrastructure, but in addition, the conventional banks, if they want to, they can use the same. You can't, at this moment in time in Turkey, you cannot force people to go left or right. You let the people choose what they want, but you support the Sharia options. If you give them good Sharia compliant options, the people will move in that direction. So tokenized sukuk, tokenized deposits, profit sharing, you can all do it on chain. This is where things get a bit controversial, because at the moment, all stable coins are backed by US treasuries. So every time you buy a stable coin, you're buying some of the US debt, and you're helping fund that. Now, could there be another form of high-quality liquid assets, challenging for Turkey, but not impossible, where your stable coins are backed by assets that are either owned or managed or held by Turkey, but you'd have to have some offshore mechanisms because of the risk of Turkey, but it's not an impossible problem. I used to, when I was heading up Middle East securitization at Moody's, Turkey has the financing of the whole credit card receivables, the non-Sharia compliant, but you were able to get credit quality higher than Turkey because you have so much offshore money, offshore assets. But that's something we can talk about later. And then the last one is the settlement infrastructure, permissioned versus public. That's a whole, a large topic that we can cover later. But ultimately, sovereignty, Turkish sovereignty, Ummah sovereignty, if you don't have layer 1, layer 2 under your control, the US dollar stablecoins, this is programmable money. We have never had this in the history of humanity, that if somebody in a foreign city wants to switch off your money, done. Imagine the problems I could cause in a country if I can switch off your money, and I'm not even from the country. So this is very important. The next 5 to 10 years is going to be critical for monetary sovereignty of all of the nations of the world, not just Turkey. And if you look at the Ummah right now, how much under challenge we are, we have to think about who owns the infrastructure, who controls the infrastructure. So look, Dr. Demak has already spoken on this. I won't go into details. Needless to say, blockchain infrastructure makes things that were difficult before much, much easier. And I think for Turkey, the SME sector of 500K US to 5 million US, Sukuk markets are too expensive and too complicated for those parties. It's relatively easy to build an infrastructure to go for this part of the market. And in that infrastructure, the participation banks would be the key stakeholders in that system. And I hope there'll be some ideas, but Turkey is the perfect place to build this architecture. If it works in Turkey, it will work everywhere. So forget maybe SMEs from other countries are trying to get capital from Turkey, or maybe other countries, people are trying to invest in Turkish SMEs. But that's a whole different angle. This you've seen already with Dr. Demak, but I'm 100% aligned with Dr. Demak on his thesis. And look, that's really the end. So if I was here just trying to talk to you about digital assets, and it's great and it's fantastic, yes, we can listen and we can talk, but for Turkey, this is different. You're number 1 in the world for crypto usage volume because Turkish people are using US dollar stablecoins. So if there's anybody here from the authorities or this is a challenge for the country, your sovereignty. So in addition to moderating dollarization, you can't stop it, you can also put Turkey ahead in this digital asset economy. That's it. Thank you very much.
Khalid promised me he would come and provoke the room, which I'm very happy about. In fact, I have a question for the room, which is, some of what Khalid just described was fairly technical in nature, and I'd love to get a sense check of the room. Who could summarize the breakdown of creating a Turkey-first digital asset infrastructure today? As in, be honest, like who fully understood what he was talking about? If you did, please raise your hand. Very good to know, because I think this is at the heart of what we also have to do.
That's the 1 in 4 that own crypto.
Yeah, but this is really, really important, and I think this reflects the conversation that we also need to have around the literacy of our experts, our economists, our Sharia scholars in particular, when you're thinking about future-proofing the Islamic economy. So our final panelist, if I may, is Murat Onuk, Managing Partner and General Manager at Arz Asset Management, a leading Sharia-compliant asset management firm in Turkey that focuses on venture capital, private equity, fintech, digital assets, and next-gen financial infrastructure. Murat is also a board member of the Center for Applied Research in Finance, a board member to Cash Bank, Istanbul Settlement and Custody Bank, and a board member of the Turkish Capital Market Association, amongst many other boards which I could not fit in. So, Murat, over to you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Also, good morning. I'm very happy to be here today, and also I want to thank everyone that's involved in this event to come together in Istanbul. This is the 3rd time. Alhamdulillah, we have started talking to each other, and this week actually I met with many esteemed partners from all around the world, and inshallah this will also convert into a business as well. So first of all, now we are talking about Islamic finance and going digital in Islamic finance. And why now? Of course, all of our esteemed partners here, they have talked about the numbers, and still the number is so small compared to worldwide, the finance and the total assets under management, but it's growing very fast. And even yesterday, we were talking with a friend here, and we were saying that, even if you are, let's say, if you are not a Muslim, but still the real potential is here. You have to invest in here, and you have to find ways to put solutions into the table for the ummah, because there are hundreds of millions of people right now that are really using, either the conventional banks or either other, let's say, intermediaries in order to, go into the finance. So, as you guys also have said in the beginning, it's growing very fast, and the opportunity is actually practically in front of us now. So when we talk about, I'm originally a technology guy, actually. I worked for Microsoft for a long time. I lived in the United States for a long time. But also, I'm a marketing guy as well. So the reason I'm saying this, because you asked the question, is that everybody has understood all technical details here. So my presentation will be a little bit more like, wrapping up what we have talked here. So in order to, how do you say, put into a perspective, okay, this is not about actually making things digital. That's only the technology part of it. So, and digitalization is not the same as the transformation, meaning that digital products are useful. It makes it, much easier, much faster, but they are only the first layer. And then the real transformation actually begins when infrastructure changes, capital formation, investor access, and risk monitoring and trust. So this is actually a new operating system, and actually, again, not only for the Islamic finance, but the whole world. And as you have mentioned, this is, we have to look into it in a very detailed way. And one of the reasons, actually, from all around the world, not only in Islamic countries, but even the, the Western countries and, more developed countries, they are, how do you say, the regulators and everyone are so, how do you say, they have concerns around their sovereignty. And as you said, if one day someone from some country switches or hacks the system and close it, and that will create a lot of problems than the problems we have now. So that's why capital formation, investor access, risk monitoring, and the trust is actually very important. And in Islamic finance, what we usually say, trust is the core asset. And digital finance, often promises speed and faster onboarding, faster payments, and faster execution. So I am actually a practitioner, meaning that at Ars Asset Management, we have more than 60 different funds investing in venture capital and private equity deals. And we have invested more than 60 companies. Most of them are in Turkey, and also some global companies like Facet, as you said.
This is yours?
Yes.
Oh.
It's us, I'm here, yeah. And I'm also a personal investor as well at Facet. So we are, of course, working in the regulation and all other sides, because I'm also a board member at the Capital Markets Association, but also I'm a practitioner, and I'm seeing every day. So digital finance is so important, because if you want to, let's say, get an investor into your fund, you have to have lots of paperwork, and some of those paperwork, the custody banks actually accept wet signatures. They don't accept the PDFs or other things, and then they say the guy lives in another country, you need the passport, you need the wet signature and everything. So that's like, investment prevention scheme, let's say. So that's why digital finance is so important. But in Islamic digital finance, yes, that will add faster onboarding, faster payments, and faster execution, but also that will also help us in the trust in the asset, trust in the structure, trust in the Sharia governance, and in capital use. So the question is, can technology make this trust more visible, more auditable, and more scalable? So talking about making trust scalable, so technology actually will not replace trust. It will just make it easier to verify, meaning that with AI, you can make your screening, you can make your risk monitoring and compliance support. With smart contracts and with blockchain, the execution discipline comes there and automated conditions as well. And with the digital identity, customer due diligence, eligibility checks, and consumer protection as well. And how that happens, actually, together with tokenization, and I want to talk about the capital formation as well. So tokenization can reduce friction. And inshallah, as you said, in the next 5 to 10 years, I believe nearly the whole assets in the world will get tokenized. And people all around the world, regardless of which country they live in, or regardless of how they want to finance or make investments, they will actually access to nearly all assets all around the world. And the whole world will be most likely like a stock exchange market. Everybody can buy anything they want from any country in the world. And that creates, of course, some other issues as well. So with the tokenization, let's say you have the Sharia-compliant assets. Those can be like sukuks, real estate, commodities, private markets, and Waqf-linked structure. And in a very efficient way, you will see the Sharia-compliant assets, as I said. Those are digitally issued, and the investor will access them very easily. And if they want to sell them in a secondary activity, that's also very important. For example, in venture capital funds, even in US now, it's very difficult to sell. If you want to sell your, in a secondary market, you have to find some kind of institution or, but let's say you have a kind of a crowdfunding, I'm saying kind of because I don't know what will be the real structure, but kind of a crowdfunding platform that has already tokenized the venture capital assets and selling it worldwide in a secondary, and everyone can sell it. And as I said, the whole world will be like a stock exchange market. So there's a huge, huge, huge potential. And now we are talking about like 500 trillion assets in the world. I believe with AI and with that kind of stock exchange market mentality all around the world, this could easily go to 10 times, 20 times, 30 times bigger. And as you know, Elon Musk once put, because we've been talking about universal low income, okay, and to a degree, at the Hazreti Ömer time, radiallahu anh, he actually implemented. That was not low income, but income for the how do you say, the Sahabas, some of the Sahabas at that time. So maybe Muslims were the first actually making that happen. And now they are talking about universal low income. But Elon Musk says actually that won't be universal low income. He says that will be universal high income. And I believe in that because with all things happening now, with the robots and everything, the productivity will increase maybe 100-fold, maybe 1,000-fold. And then the question will be, it's not how much money we get from somewhere, right? It's how are we going to spend it, and inshallah. Yeah, I'm not going to, picture a world as an utopia, but yeah, that's happening. Yeah. That's happening at the same time now. And for our side, for the OIC countries, I think this will create a lot of opportunities for cross-border investment and cross-border transaction and everything. For example, right now, again, for example, for Facet, in order to invest that, we had to go through lots of regulatory headaches, either here in Turkey, either in Dubai, either in some other countries. So that's why, with all this, infrastructure in place, inshallah, in the next 5 to 10 years, these problems will go away to a degree. And then, as you have already given the example of Facet, Facet is an AI-enabled financial infrastructure. They call it as a digital neobank, spanning from the Morocco to Malaysia. And think about it like in this way. Let's say someone from Morocco sells something to Malaysia, and they both have their accounts in Facet. they can easily make the payments and everything. But again, yes, they are making the payments with Tether or other US-backed stable coins, meaning that when you buy that stable coin, you are still supporting the US Treasury papers. So we have to go into the stable coin as well as Ummah. So what needs to connect? Again, our esteemed partners here actually mentioned the Sharia governance, harmonized and digitally integrated. Of course, the more important part in the beginning is the harmonization part. So there are many fatwas for the same investment vehicle from Islamic countries. Of course, IOFI is the golden standard, but again, all the Muslim countries come together and, I don't know, maybe form another auditing body or maybe enforcing body that everybody has, accept. Since you are accepted IOFI, you don't change this part or that part. If you want to talk about, if you think that there are problems with the fatwa, go to IOFI and, make your case over there. Not inside, you do it different way. Because then, if I want to buy something from, let's say, from another country, then I have to go through the whole Sharia and what are their logic and everything. And regulation, of course, is very important. We have to do, responsible experimentation, and investor protection is so important. And again, as I said, this is a problem all around the world, not only in the OIC countries now. Some countries are, going a little bit further from the other countries. For example, yesterday I was talking with a friend from Germany who is also active in blockchain, Bitcoin, and that kind of stuff, digital tokenization as well. So the things that I have heard is actually not that different from Turkey. So they have the same problems, same concerns, same issues. So it will take some time. And digital identity, customer due diligence, very important. Market infrastructure, capital channels. So products matter, of course. I mean, the investment products matter, but infrastructure actually determines whether these products can scale. So my closing message is actually maybe kind of wrapping up everything we have talked, the three of us now. So going digital is only the beginning. We are not going to go digital for the sake of going digital. We are going to go digital, inshallah, to make this easier, safer, and faster for everyone. Trust is the foundation, especially for us, and we have to be very careful as well, because once we have started this, let's say, revolution, it already started actually, but it's going not that fast in all around the world. Again, I'm just saying this maybe many times, because so many times in Muslim countries, we believe we are going behind, from other countries. Yes, there are several countries that are at the forefront, but in this sense, in the going digital, it's not like, well, I shouldn't say it's not like that, maybe a little bit, but we are still very close. So if we, if we start getting faster, we can easily catch them, inshallah. And the future is actually cross-border, and I say cross-border, especially the OIC countries. So the institutions and the people in this room are the ones, who will decide and make this happen, or, we will, inshallah, not but discuss these things in the 10th Al-Baraka Forum or, 20th Al-Baraka Forum. Inshallah, this will be, one of the beginning points in this one. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Murat. I mean, you did, you built a vision of the world where AI and digital finance is so good that we're solving for UBI, which is phenomenal to listen to. So I'll start with asking you a question, which is on tokenization. And I'm keen, especially because you wear a number of hats through the vehicle that you operate, from PE to venture capital. Does tokenization in a Turkey context genuinely unlock new issuers? And I'm thinking this vision that you talked about, where the entire world becomes a stock exchange and you have democratized forms of access into it. And I want to know, is right now, as the fund manager, is liquidity too small to matter Or is the tokenization right now, as we speak, actually unlocking SME and retail money into the product?
Well, I believe yes. And the reason I believe yes is that right now, most of the products, even the, let's say, I mean, let's not talk about the Islamic finance. Let's talk about the conventional finance. Okay, so there are bonds there, right? So how many companies can go and issue their bonds? And how many investors can go and buy those bonds? These are still small numbers, especially, let's say, in Turkey and in many of the OIC countries, because we call it as financial readiness, right? So our populations are not that financial ready. But what you have described now, especially with the younger generation, Turkey is one of the largest countries in the world. It's happening. So it's not a question of if it's happening or not, or if the regulators will regulate it or not. It's happening. And right now what we are doing, we are investing in the US treasuries mostly. And I don't know the real number from Turkey, but maybe you have already explained here. I believe around like 70 or 80 billion dollars has already gone from the pockets of the Turkish population. So the regulators, the government, us, and everyone has to be actually very quick. And that's the first part. And the second part, yes, once you put the infrastructure there, you can tokenize anything, but there needs to be the auditing layer as well, and the trust layer there. So if we can do that all together in a good fashion, there will be a boom, and there will be, I believe, lots of foreign investment will come to these countries as well, because one of maybe the last point is that in Western countries, because of the financial infrastructure is, how do you say, it's more developed and more mature, right? They have already made the valuations of everything in their asset sheets, okay? But in our countries, because of lots of different problems, one of them is taxation, okay? People don't want to put their assets into their companies and everything, right? So those assets are not valued. So let's say the Turkey is, let's say, $100 trillion country, okay? But maybe it's 500 trillion country. We don't know, because those assets are not valued. So that will help into that one as well.
So using technology to build trust to then actually understand the real value of the economy.
Yes. Yes.
Khalid, to Murat's point now, I'm keen. You pitched a brilliant vision for a digital, Turkey first digital architecture. Practically speaking, from where the economy is now, where you do have a lack of trust, where you do have a Genius Act in the US on the macro level that is actively going to try and push against this, where would you, if you were a regulatory body or the government or the Minister of Finance, where would you start practically?
So look, Mr. Murat is probably much more where you would start. I mean, my simplistic knowledge of the Turkish economy, I think those mid-market corporates, those SMEs, 500K US dollars to $500,000. I'm invested in a Swiss private credit platform who does on-chain bonds at the 500K to 1 million mark. In 18 months, they've done about 240 million of volumes. One of them was a Tunisian olive oil company raising money in Europe. They were paying banks in Tunisia, whatever it was, 18, 19%. It's a really good business, olive oil, and they funded themselves at like 12% in the European market, and their exports in euros. So I think that mid-market segment, which are too small for banks to look at, but they're too big for retail. But if you tokenize it, chop it up, would I buy a 12% yielding olive oil backed, and it's 100% Sharia compliant as well. So I think that's the segment. And as I keep saying, Turkey is a real economy with real people and real businesses. It is such a perfect use case for asset type finance. That's kind of where I would start. But usually there's incumbents in the market who, I mean, look at the UK, right? The banks are very powerful, and the banks are slowing down So at the cost to the country, the banks are protecting their position. So it takes a very forward-looking sovereign, a very forward-looking central bank, a very forward-looking CMA, I don't know, but if they can put the country first, Turkey first, the benefits are exponential in my view. And I'm thinking of it from an outsider who's looked at different countries, and when I was at Moody's, I have a very glass half empty, disciplined type of approach. And if Turkey doesn't address this, the capital outflows here, it's just, you're going to be owned. It's 99% US dollars. Trade globally, 60% of trade globally is US dollars. 50% of equity markets, 40% of debt markets. So 40, 50, 60 is the percentage of US dollars. In stable coins, it's 99. I mean, it should be at the highest level that this should be, and then forget the complexity. This should be a national priority. We want our own Turkey first architecture. Let's make it happen. And the way that in the GCC, things happen very quickly. They're very efficient. They push it through. And GCCs, many states have gone from nowhere, way behind the US, to leapfrogging the US in the space of 3 years, because once they know they want to do something, and for me, it's more existential for Turkey.
If I can come back, I mean, I think the challenge of a top-down approach depends on your model of governance, I guess. And I think it might be a little bit more difficult in Turkey.
I'll just add something to
Murat,
that.
please. Yeah.
So actually, the current finance system all around the world is like the first cell phones. So we are actually proposing the
next generation.
The next, but not the next, maybe like 20 next generation, 30 next generation. The gap is actually huge, huge.
So I want to ask Khaled, and then I'll come to Dr. Mohammed. Just from your experience, let's take Turkey out of it. In terms of an asset class, tokenization, I want to focus on tokenization for a bit, which asset class from your experience across the piece gets the best product market fit of, say, for example, sukuk, real estate, commodities, what? Like from the broader product base that we have, that many people in this room will have instrument-wise, what seems to work the best?
Well, what's funny, I say it's not funny, but real estate's an obvious one because it's chunky, it's illiquid. Retail understands property and would love to buy a property portfolio. But it hasn't gone as fast as I thought, even in markets like the UAE, which is very tech forward. I couldn't actually tell you why that is. It might be something to do with banks blocking digital asset rails. If you try and buy anything, if you try and send money from your bank account, even to a licensed exchange, they block it. It's just, so the banks are really protecting their turf, because if they start to give access to tokenized real estate, then it'd be tokenized equities, tokenized sukuk. Well, you can completely disintermediate the banks. So I think, look, sukuk, real estate and sukuk are probably the easiest for retail. And I think in a high inflation environment, the need for more yieldy type inflation resistant assets is a product market fit. But I think the incumbent infrastructure is very powerful. And that's where the bottleneck is.
Dr. Mohammed, if I may, your smart sukuk argues digitization can resolve the standardization problem because platforms force standard documents. And I guess my question is, where are we really on this? i.e., is tokenization pulling standardization forward, or is it simply digitizing all of the fragmentation that we have today?
I think tokenization is probably pulling standardization forward, because if you look at the market today, if you look at the sukuk legal documents, 90% of it is already standardized. So the question is, how do you translate that into a template that would be acceptable by everyone and that would be embedded in a platform, so that when you want to issue your digital sukuk, you no longer go to your lawyer, you no longer go to your investment banker, but you just go to your platform, select something that was already agreed on by all the market participants, accepted by the investors, accepted by the issuers, and plug your asset and issue on the market.
Okay. Anything to add, guys?
So interestingly, the Swiss platform has gone for international arbitration law, which Turkey is a signatory to arbitration law. So then that way, rather than having to deal with every jurisdiction, you settle on that, and all of their issuances are done with that common boundary, and most people are happy with that. And they've managed to get some institutional traction. So I think that might be a shortcut for Turkey. It still doesn't resolve the Sharia complexities and whatnot, but I think fundamentally asset rights, ownership rights, go for the lowest common denominator. And I think I've seen a European use case where they've solved the heterogeneity of Europe by just saying, we're not going to do this. We need to create a common market.
So on the Sharia, Dr. Mohammed, I mean, you outlined in the smart contracts agentic AI handling 3 elements of the law. So I think we saw English law, Sharia interpretation, and we saw local regulation contracts. Where is the line between, from what you've seen, I know it's early doors, between what an agent can decide and what must stay with a human Sharia board?
Right. First of all, you need to have Sharia standards in place that are accepted by everyone. Are we at that point? No. The answer is no. You have the AOE fee, you have some divergence across the different jurisdiction of Islamic finance, so you could still print a sukuk in Asia Pacific that would not be considered as Sharia compliant in the GCC or in an AOE fee jurisdiction. So the first thing is to have the Sharia standard in place that would be accepted by everyone. And again, I mean, if you look at Standard 62, for example, one of the reasons why it attracted a lot of comments from the market, it's because it was proposing a certain way of doing things, while in reality what the market needs is different options. And then let the market decide which option they want to choose. And then obviously agentic AI would be helpful, but in the end, when it comes to putting a stamp, you would need your Sharia board to put a stamp and to say this transaction is compliant.
So I'll share something that's happening in other industries. There are industries now where you're getting avatars being created. So for example, there's a world in which you 3 are my Sharia board. I create an avatar and an LLM backing with all of your, and then you let the avatars fight it out and then come up with a conclusion. And I do think we're going to be heading in a world in that direction. Murat, I'm really keen to understand how, one, you got any thoughts on specifically how we engage with Sharia scholars and decentralization more generally, and how you, especially because you described some of it and the work that you're doing. 2, how are you deploying AI across the piece of your, I guess, your platforms, your investments? Where is it working, where is it not working?
Okay, so let me start from the easier question, the second one. The first one is a tough and challenging one. Well, yeah, we have now in our company formed a group from different parts of the company in order to how do we use AI in a better way, and how can we put whatever we can put into the AI. But also there is also the regulation as well, because once you put, I mean, if you want to run in a cloud or in your own premises, so that's why there needs to be some infrastructure investments at the same time. But one thing is for sure, for example, the easiest one, okay, and the most practical one, I think I'm getting like 10 to 20 startup ideas, or maybe from getting from LinkedIn, startup pitch decks, okay? So in the past, what we were doing, this is very easy actually, but what we were doing, we were just going through that pitch deck with my team, and then it goes up higher in the, and it goes to the investment committee, okay? It takes maybe 1 month or 1.5 months and 2 months, and since you are facing humans, we are humans, so they feel like, you don't understand them, okay? Because they didn't put the numbers, they didn't put the Excels, they didn't put whatever, lots of things, and you say, you didn't put them, and then they say, well, you don't understand us, okay? But now, what we do is very easy. The moment I get the actually pitch deck, I just, put into the AI, either ChatGPT, but yeah, I mean, not to make an advertisement, but cloud is better.
Yeah.
Recently. Cloud is better recently.
Yeah.
You just put it there and say, can you just criticize this as an investor? and then it just gets you like a, I don't know, 10 pages of criticism in a good way. You send it back to the startup, and the ratio is like 98 of them, I mean, like out of 100, they don't return back, unfortunately. And there is no, how do you say, discussion between you. You don't understand that we are trying to do something else. So that's the basic part, okay? But actually, what we are trying to do, we want to integrate everything in AI. And I want to say this, actually, because I think the general population still doesn't really understand what AI is. So people think that AI is just another tool. No, AI is not just another tool. This is a tool that will replace, well, maybe I shouldn't say replace, let's say nearly replace, to be on the safe side, okay? Nearly replace the human intelligence. So this is not a tool. And inshallah, we will not be a tool of AI in the future. That's another. For the Sharia compliance and, working with scholars as well, and, with the AI part. Again, actually, AI is helping in that sense as well to us. So we are working with different Sharia boards, but maybe in the last 6 months, for some products, again, we are just asking to AI, and again, especially cloud. And I will tell you this, we have, because make some, how do you say, make some checks around that, okay? We ask the question, get the response, send it to our Sharia board, okay? And then they were asking, who prepared this? This is excellent. Okay? And, this is in the end, that AI has not been already educated. It's not trained yet. So, now we are going into the agentic AI world, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years. And I believe later on, those agents will also disappear, and the large language models will, continue without the agentic AI. But even now, the AI is like 95% to, I would say, 98% at par with the Sharia board's quality. Yeah, that's actually huge.
You heard it here.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
Because we mentioned Claude, I felt like I need to make an honorable mention to a brilliant AI. They call it vibe coding. And for those in the room who aren't coding, highly recommend everybody starts with vibe coding. And vibe coding is not, it's an entry-level way of coding. And Replit is a great entity. And it was founded by a brilliant a Palestinian refugee who now has one of the fastest growing AI companies. And so the fact that it's effectively, it's an American company, but it's from the region. So I would highly recommend using Replit. So I have
I will add one more thing there. So actually what happened with the AI? So, this whole started, the AI thing has been in place, let's say, for the last 10 years, okay? Or maybe 5 years, 10 years, okay? But it all went public with ChatGPT in the first, right? And then people started asking lots of questions, like personal question, business question, whatever they want to ask. And they start getting answers with some mistakes, okay, in the last 2 years. And many people actually said that, okay, now AI is a good thing. It, gives you some answers, but, I cannot depend on it. But in the last maybe 3 to 5 months, that has changed. We call it in the startup world MVP, meaning that minimum viable product. The minimum viable product is out there now. It has changed a lot. And, when you start working with it, you can nearly make like 90% of your job with AI now. And again, maybe 99% of the world population doesn't know it yet.
So let me ask you all a question, and I'll start with Khaled, and then you can add what you want to add. Now imagine we are in and it's interesting, the way Silicon Valley is now measuring success is who will build the 1 employee billion-dollar company. And I'm sure you've seen it.
Yes.
There is a league table right now in the world of who can build a billion-dollar company with 1 employee. And people are getting very, very close, which is dangerous and scary for the role of humanity and people and employees, et cetera, et cetera. Now, imagine we have a AI-native fintech company, and a model flags a transaction as non-compliant. The Sharia scholar disagrees. Who wins, and how do you navigate that?
Just before I get to that, I also want to plug another AI, no involvement, Tawra AI, built by 2 Syrian guys, and Tech for Palestine. So I've subscribed to it just as a form of zakat, almost.
Yep.
because these models are trained on data.
Correct.
That has a value set that doesn't necessarily reflect ours, and I call it cognitive colonization. When you start outsourcing your intelligence to an AI, which I'm using, everybody's using it, whatever biases, ideas, concepts about Islamic finance that are in the AI, that will be your source of truth. So financing Ummah-aligned AI and, startups. So for me, even though I'm not investing, I just subscribe just to them. So Taura AI is a Syrian project that I would recommend. Going back to the scholarly point, they are a bottleneck, let's say. And I've spoken to a couple of scholars about Fatwa GPT, where you take all of your rulings, all of your fatwas, throw it into an LLM, and it effectively creates an avatar of yourself. And you have to manage the personalities. I mean, look, the unemployment risk here. That scholar who you would have been using hundreds of times now can become marginalized by AI. What scholars should be doing should be amplifying themselves, so that scholar can now approve 100 fatwas a week and charge $100 versus 10,000, etc. So once you build an agent that's backed by a scholar, all of them, blockchain is a consensus technology. Sharia approvals is a consensus mechanism. So going back to Muhammad's point on standards, if you try to get people to standardize, especially scholars, you are actually marginalizing their value. Yeah. So there's a human agency problem. Yeah. There's a human incentive problem that you can't reconcile. You have to create a win-win situation. So tell every scholar, look, if you want to be in our ecosystem, you've got to create an agent that represents your views. Final is that. Then, if I'm a sukuk, I can say, look, my consensus mechanism will accept views from these 20 scholars, as long as they're on chain. Then in real time, it can see whether there's consensus and then say, yes, we go ahead, yes or not. So you kind of have to put that scholarly process on chain with AI-driven smart contracts, etc. But you need to leave them a stake in the game. And that's to say, every time I use your agent, I pay you 10 cents or 100 cents. And so the scholar can be sleeping, and their agent is making them money. And then you create the virtuous circle, because if you disemploy these people, who are going to be the scholars of the next generation? So I take a much more pessimistic view about the economic gains of AI and so on, of UBI. It's not going to happen. You're going to have, I think, Elon Musk will be the first trillionaire. And there's an interesting statistic. 100 years ago, John Maynard Keynes predicted that none of us would be working today because of the productivity gains that everyone's always talking about. Out of his models, he missed inequality. So what's going to happen? All of this is just going to amplify the pyramid that we see, and the Ummah will be challenged. So the scholars have to be in this process, but they have to go on. They have to become agentic. Otherwise, they're a block. I'm not sure if...
No, you haven't. And
the other way to look at this is to say that by having a Sharia compliance GPT, for example, you would free up the time of the scholars so that they can focus on building innovation in Islamic finance, which is something that has stalled over the past few years. So spend less time looking at transactions that have been done and used and redone, and focus and spend more time focusing on what the next generation of transactions could look like.
So let me ask you on Sharia, and we'll come to you, Murat, in a second, because I want to ask, open up to our audience. We have about 10 minutes left. Centralized versus decentralized Sharia governance. Which model scales better for digital cross-border Islamic finance?
I think every model has its own strengths and weaknesses, but if you want to speak to a broader investor base, for example, obviously having something that is agreed upon by all the stakeholders would make much more sense, hence the centralized model. But if you want to build some innovation, then you could rather use a decentralized approach.
Farad, any view on this question? And I have a question for you around specifically, you advise sovereigns, and you're working in global digital asset advocacy. Is the sovereign opportunity to build Islamic finance version 3 a regulatory race? And if so, who's winning it right now? So and who's second and third? Because you'll say the Gulf.
So look, on the standardization, markets like standards. So yeah, I would just elevate IOFI, elevate IFSB, take these supranationals, lock them in a room and say, look, come up with a global digital asset standard. Yeah. It's not perfect, but if it satisfies 75% of the market, you follow the standard if you want something fast, but you don't prescribe it, you don't force it. If you want to go off market, there's off-market markets, right? So just give the choice. But if you give a common infrastructure to the 75%, the efficiency gains will scale massively. Sorry, what was your second question again? Your second question was on
who's winning the race?
Oh yeah. So look, so my demographic of sovereigns is kind of global south, and actually mostly in Africa of the ones that I'm working with, because Africa doesn't have an infrastructure to fight back. As in, like, the incumbents in Europe, the incumbents in the UK, the incumbents in the US, they can completely squash the competition. In places where the infrastructure is bad or embryonic, there's more opportunity. Also for Africa, the questions of sovereignty are even more pronounced. So they're really at that intersection of exploitation, colonization, monetary, financial, etc. So I'm finding more appetite, but the benefits there is dual use. This also happens to be, asset happens to be Sharia compliant. There are conversations happening. It hasn't got down to the level of what the regulator wants, but in those jurisdictions, what the government wants is kind of what they get. Yeah. So, and so I think because it is a bit more existential type driven, sovereignty driven, I think those things will happen when they need to happen. And I'm getting some good feedback, but implementation is a completely different ball game. But at least the political will seems to be there.
Murat, I have one more question for you. You bridge. You're an investor, you're an allocator, and you're also a regulator in some extent. You're on the board of certain entities, the cash bank, capital markets bodies, and you talked about trust in technology, which I loved, and I think it's absolutely spot on. And I think a lot of consumers, especially retail, of Sharia-compliant finance, especially in the West, this is the issue that they have, and I think it's what's missing to take it to the mainstream, right? Which is, how do you mainstream what we're talking about here? What does trustworthy digital identity custody plumbing for tokenized assets, Islamic assets, need to look like before you would route real money through it? And I'm thinking about your custody regulatory hat here.
Okay. So of course I'm not in the regulation side, but let's say helping regulation side, yes, because I'm the representative of the financial sector, yeah, and that's why I'm sitting on that board. But yeah, with the smart contracts and everything, I think the current structure is already there. Actually, we don't need to invent, something else. As I said, for example, let's say we want to get a new investor, even from inside Turkey, right? I'm also a board member of a custody bank. We accept signatures that are on paper, that are wet signatures, right? So that has to change first. This is very simple and very basic, and that will create lots of opportunities all around the world. So I think the infrastructure is actually already there. Yeah.
Very helpful. I'm going to open it up to questions. Do we have a mic somewhere nearby? I think we do. We have, brilliant. Who's got the mic? The mic is up there. Great. We have a question there, and then, We'll go to you first, second, third. Go for it.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you to the panelists. One area that I felt like has been a bit neglected, and I would love to hear your 2 cents on this, is regarding structured finance, especially with factoring and receivable financing. In countries like Turkey and a lot of the Islamic economies, these heavily industrializing countries have a lot of companies who are trying to capture more of the market but are struggling to access financial products. I was in certain meetings a few weeks ago here in Turkey, which I heard numbers as high as 90, that is 90% interest rate on Turkish lira factoring facilities, which is, hindering the growth process. And I think with the digital economy, tokenization, and being able to bring Sharia law into this, this is a big missing component of the market, and I would love to hear your 2 cents on how can that be captured and empower a lot of these exporters and SMEs in these Islamic countries.
Sure, there's a Singaporean company, a fund called TradeFlow, and was old world trade receivables, factoring, etc. They've tokenized the fund units. And on that Swiss platform I mentioned, they've done $13 million of issuances, 500K, 1 million, and I think they're yielding 12, 14%. So they pass on the benefit to those companies. So retail wants access to that asset class. So they're just it's a solvable problem. It's been done, but it's just not here.
Murat, anything to add?
No, I'm good.
I hope that answered your question. Where's our mic? Right there. Could we go to the lady? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Hello. Thanks a lot for such an amazing panel discussion. My name is Professor Süreyya Akyüz. I'm a scientist in the field of AI, machine learning, mathematics. I'm a professor of applied mathematics and love to hear that about AI and digitization in finance. I'm also an entrepreneur, having my own, running my new company, which is about the trust. So I'm happy to hear that the keyword trust in this digitalization. My company is Trust AI, so it's about trustworthy AI. You discussed about some regulations in finance and trust in digitalizations. My question is your opinion, your thought about the trust in AI, because in digitization, now you talked about agents and mostly it's LLMs are used, mostly people now are using in their software solutions, they are using AI. As you talk about also the regulations, standardizations about such regulations, we should talk about more on standardizations, for example, in EU AI Act or NIST, or you may have heard about this. What are your thoughts about compensating with or complying with such standardizations in AI? I mean, employing more responsible AI, trustworthy AI, and checking the AI compliance within fintech solutions. What are your thoughts? What are your future plans? In my company, we are giving audit trials for such AI compliance using some engineering algorithms. Brilliant. So checking AI with, I can say this, AI governance engineering.
Thank you very much.
So providing such things. Thanks a lot.
Thoughts on how we create standardization of regulating and managing AI?
So I'm invested in another company called, in UK, Ultram. It's an AI governance tool. Actually, they've just signed a deal with IBM. You need to use AI to control, because now the volume of activity is so high, yeah. Even compliance, so it's not a very sexy product, but you use AI to control, so it puts a wrapper around your AI, and you tell it, I'm sensitive to personal information, I'm sensitive to bias, racism, whatever. You give a whole list of flags. And then whatever you're putting into the AI, it will check it. And if you're putting in bad inputs, your compliance officer will get this red warning light on his dash. And then when it comes back, it screens for the same stuff. So I think any AI governance solution, actually, it will always outpace the human. And so you're going to have to sort of put two AIs against each other and just make sure that yours is following your value set and your rule set and how you've trained it, and then that will be one solution. I think humans, we just can't keep up.
AI regulating AI. Dr. Mohammed, any thoughts on?
Yeah, no, I agree with Khalid. I think.
I mean, let's do one round. Oh, sorry, I'm being told that we're done. Final reflections. You have 10 seconds. Murat, is there any final remarks, thoughts on what you've heard so far?
Just maybe one remark. Khalid, the brother Ali said he's pessimistic about the AI, maybe in the near future. I agree with him. The next 5 to 10 years is difficult for everyone involved in the whole around the world. But after that, I think it's a very good picture. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Khalid?
The opportunity here is absolutely extraordinary. The Ummah has to be in. It's non-negotiable unless you want to be submitted to a foreign architecture, foreign values. And Turkey, really, it can be a flag bearer. Real economy, real people, real industries. Yalla, come on guys, get moving.
The future of Islamic finance is digital, but you have to have all the stakeholders working together to make that happen.
Dr. Mohammed, Khalid, Murat, thank you so much for your time. Please join me in welcoming thanking them.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that very engaging discussion. I saw that the audience was very invested in that conversation. Much appreciation to all of you. If we can have you step up to the center front of the stage so we can get a group photo of this panel that was titled Digital Capital and Financial Innovation, Technology, Governance, and Sharia Integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of that session. We will go now to a prayer and lunch break. I'm expecting everyone back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Okay, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We move on to the next phase of our program. At this point in time, I would like to extend a special thank you to Ayhan Hukuk for sponsoring the 7th panel of the 3rd Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul. We are now moving on with a focus shifting towards one of the most critical drivers of future economic growth, which is entrepreneurship and the next generation of business leaders. Young entrepreneurs today are not only launching businesses, they're shaping industries, redefining markets, and they are building new models of value creation. This brings us to the panel titled Start Smart, Scale Right, Capital Formation Strategies for Young Business Leaders. Moderating this session is Dr. Wael Al-Dasuki Bedda, the Secretary General of Saleh Kamel Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development. Welcome. Joining Dr. Al-Dasuki on stage is Dr. Mohammed Darwish, the Head of Business Solutions at Emirates Islamic. Welcome to the program. And last but certainly not least is Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi, the President of the International Council for Small Business at the George Washington University. Thank you for being with us. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. I think it's a very interesting topic, especially it's after lunch, right? So, and this topic is quite interesting, having a panel focused on scale-ups and starting businesses for young entrepreneurs and maybe for SMEs, and having access to the right capital, because investment is a big challenge for startups, for SMEs, and for entrepreneurs. Yesterday we had a roundtable discussion. We were organizing a roundtable discussion at Boğaziçi University, and many of the experts participating at this roundtable, they had a major challenge, whether entrepreneurs or incubators, accelerators, in having access to right capital and suitable and relevant capital that works for SMEs. So please allow me to welcome Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi, the President of the International Council for Small Business and Professor at George Washington University. Welcome, Dr. Ayman.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Mohammed Darwish, the Director of Business Solutions at Emirates Islamic Bank, and he's coming from Dubai.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank you,
Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you.
I want to start with asking you, Dr. Mohammed, a very important question, since you're coming from the banking sector, focused on Islamic banking. When it comes to investing in startups, innovation, SMEs, scaling up companies, they always look after VC funding. Investment against equity. They approach angel investors. While the Islamic banking is very developed, but maybe I would say Sharia-compliant banking products are not 100% compatible, or at least communicated well with startups and SMEs. So how do you think that there could be a kind of a link or a bridge, financial products that is suitable for SMEs and startups?
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Wadeed Wael, on this, and thanks to join you on this forum. Thanks, everyone, for attending. Technically, the question is very, I would say, very important to the subject, because whenever we have an idea, which is definitely, it's representing an innovation solution, it needs to be translated to a real work, and real work requires definitely funding. Funding means we need a capital. So I would say financial institutions, in particular Islamic banks, they may play a key role here just to provide such fundings, because as we all know from historical or theoretical point of view from Islamic finance, we have like an equity-based funding, which is, I mean, for those they work on product development in Islamic banks, they know we have two schools, whether Sharia compliant or Sharia based. Definitely talking about Sharia based means we get like Islamic structures or funding solutions from Sharia books like Mudaraba, joint venture, or Musharaka partnership. Definitely, I will be honest with you on the stage that currently Islamic banks, they are not really investing in this kind of instruments. And if you want to link these solutions, which is not really, let's say, used by Islamic banks, to the topic we are talking about, it's the solution that we need to develop. Definitely, there is a gap here. We have at least to admit it, but we can come up with certain solutions just in order, or recommendations, just in order to make it happening from, realistic point of view. Because if we link, again, the Islamic banking concept or Islamic economics concept, we are talking about real economic transactions. We are talking about money is only intermediary of exchange. So money is not commodity in Islamic finance. So what is needed under Islamic finance is real economic transactions to produce, to come up with certain services, to deliver a real goods, which definitely what we are looking for here. Coming back to the main question, how we can make this works from Islamic point of view, technically empowering the Sharia structures, in particular mudaraba, musharaka, is very important. And I would here, I use this stage just at least to say a support is required from the regulators just to give certain incentives, in particular to banks, being a commercial entities at the end of the day, to have certain reliefs when we talk about this equity-based funding by, for example, having certain risk-weighted average treatment when we talk about capital adequacy. It should not be treated as a normal kind of risk. So certain incentives has to be done. And I would like to highlight something very important done in this regard within the UAE. I don't know if you heard about Emirates Development Bank, which is kind of like a governmental bank. They have done a very interesting program by supporting the SMEs by signing up with certain banks. Emirates Islamic Bank, my bank, is part of this MOU agreement where if we have any SME, any idea would like to finance it, so it could be guaranteed by third party, which is the Emirates Development Bank. So the purpose of this initiative is that just to support banks, I would say, and also entrepreneur to come up with ideas and to get the fundings, because not all the entrepreneur, they have the required funding, the required documentation from traditional banking point of view to avail the financing required. So having kind of a third party guaranteeing them, supported by government, definitely it boosts this segment, it boosts the opportunity to fund them, and definitely it gives this opportunity. And taking it farther to the economy, yes, it brings. Now, if we talk about what key initiatives could be done by SMEs or this kind of things, I think a good example, like Tesla, if we talk about it, like about Apple, like Tesla changed the entire car industry today. And definitely it's coming from a normal idea, it has been funded, has been adopted, certain things has been done. So I think what is required here, at least from this side of the world, is to focus more on entrepreneurship, provide the required funding, empower banks, empower the small traders, the new joining to this initiative's ideas, in order technically to convert the ideas to a realistic work and technically engage with the economy.
I think this is very important because many entrepreneurs, they approach VCs and maybe they approach 30, 40, or 50 VCs, and they ask them for documents, due diligence, data, asking questions, giving them so much mentorship, which is very interesting, but no money. And they don't deploy, or not all of them, but I mean many of them, they don't deploy. And this gets startups or founders a bit disappointed. So that's why having access to banking products is very important, maybe through, yes, as you're saying, mudaraba and musharaka, but should be customized with a different, I would say, ecosystem within the bank. Let me move to Dr. Tarabishi, with your hat as President of International Council for Small Business, and you're exposed to many ecosystems from Korea to Italy to the Middle East to United States, and we have this concept of unicorns, which is everyone is looking to be a unicorn someday, $1 billion company, and this kind of AI companies, Silicon Valley-based startups. Do you think, based on your international exposure, is this the right orientation that startups and entrepreneurs should look for, and trying to raise capital to be the next unicorn, or other priorities?
Thank you, Dr. Wael, and Assalamu alaikum. And first of all, I want to thank Al Baraka Forum for inviting me from Washington, D.C. And Turkey and Istanbul is very beautiful. So I enjoyed it last night. So you have a very beautiful country, and inshallah, I will come back. for a longer vacation, inshallah, in the near future. And Dr. Yusuf as well for inviting us and putting this event together. I play multiple hats, and I play, the first hat I play as a professor at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I teach in the management department, and I teach courses on entrepreneurship and small business and innovation and creativity. I also am the president of the International Council for Small Business, which is the largest organization in the world promoting entrepreneurship and small business. So my job or my duty as a president is to travel the world, to have conversations like this, to learn from best practices. And yesterday we were at Fugazi University, very beautiful campus for the roundtable. I want to set the context from a global stage, what it means to become a unicorn and how it can apply across. And we can take it starting from a small company or a young woman or girl in a college having a big idea. One day they want to own the next Tesla or Facebook or so forth. The ecosystem, the start of this whole journey starts usually at the university level or at the college level. And through education, through programs at the university, that they start forming their ideas of how to start a business. And so the first contact point for these young kids used to be at the university. Now even in high schools, they're starting a little bit even earlier in high schools and middle school. But we start putting the idea, the excitement of potentially one day you can be an entrepreneur, you're like your father or mother or grandfather, and one day you can own a huge company. It's a romantic idea. It's something that all romanticize about. And these young kids get excited and assume that anybody can do it. Opportunity is for all. And they start to realize at an early stage that they have competition from other colleagues and other companies here. But the first time they taste success or experience success is through at the university level. They do the new venture competition, they do the business plan competition, they do other competitions, and they get recognized for their ideas, which is exciting. Everybody gets recognized for their idea, and quickly they start to realize that the idea is not enough, that it's actually execution and also finding money. So let me give you some examples of how this can happen. At universities around the world, they have these, what we call business plan competitions, new venture competitions, in which we give seed money to these young kids and girls to start their business. At George Washington University, we have raised almost about $1 million in seed money, in kind and in actual cash, to these startups. Right? So we give them the first check of $10,000, $5,000, $7,000 to get them going. Universities, I call them as like hatcheries or as mini incubators, because a lot of these kids eventually stay on campus to build their businesses. And the university plays a critical role in allowing for this ecosystem for these businesses to grow. And more importantly, they offer mentorship, they offer training, they offer access to some of the resources that universities offer, co-working spaces, and so on. Then life becomes more difficult for them because now, at some point, they have to leave the university and maybe expand into actually an office or co-working space. And this is when they start to experience the reality of actually seeking funds, getting funding. The next order of who to get it is, I call it the 3F model. 3Fs are 3 sources of finance, which then eventually gets to the banks and the new ventures. First is you ask money from your family, right? Family members are your first line for funding. Your mom, your dad, your uncle, your crazy uncle, and so on. Then your friends, which believe you'll fail anyhow, but they give you money just to stop answering your phone call, right? So friends will give you money. Right? So family and friends will start giving you money. And then the third F is fools. Fools are people that believe you have an idea, but you actually don't. But you take their money anyhow, and you never give it back at some point. So we call it the 3F model: family, friends, and fools. If you are successful by then, the next stage is you start to approach other angel investors. Angel investors are earlier than venture capitalists, which then think you have an idea, but they like you. They don't really care about the idea. They like you because at some point you will make it. So they give you some seed money. While you're doing all of this, what's happening is you're building a reputation slowly with the VCs. The VCs are paying attention to you. They hear your name if you have a good idea. They start to notice who you are. And from there, they will start to approach you if your idea is good, if you have potential. At the same time, you start approaching what we have in the United States and other areas, community banks. Community banks are banks in your community that know you, know your family, know your relatives, and know that you have a reputation in the area, and you can work with them. At that point, community banks and quasi-government agencies like the SBA and other agencies in Korea or Europe and so on will start to give you something called grants. Grants are not loans. They are one-time checks that are given to you to help support your business, but they don't expect the money back, right? If you go through that cycle and your business has still potential, the VCs will come and start negotiating with you and saying, okay, for equity-based loans, for equity-based stuff, we want 20% or 30% of your money. This is where, at that stage, you have some serious conversation. But what really happens is here, the young companies that are coming out are skipping this cycle and going directly to VCs. They're missing the whole maturation of the business. And therefore, VCs, the best they can answer you is, we'll offer you some mentorship. Come talk to us again in a couple of years when you have something. You have to go through the process. It's the growing pains of starting a business. And typically, if you look at now what's happening in the United States, a lot of VCs are giving billions and billions of dollars to companies that are starting AI. They know they will never get the money back. They understand it's a loss. But what the VCs are doing, they're handpicking the best experts of these AI companies, calling them back to start new companies. So they're hand-selecting basically what we call the ones that will make a difference in the next 3 or 4 generations, the next Zuckerbergs, the next Elon Musks. They're not looking for your idea, they're identifying the people. So as entrepreneurs, and I tell them in my class, don't worry about your business. Get your name out there so people know who you are, because they're going to call you and say, we have an idea with a business with another entrepreneur, talk to each other. We're going to invest $1 million or $2 million with you guys. So
yes, perfect, thank you, yes. Of course, although it is common or based on research, the average age of founders are 40 to 45, yet engaging youth, it will definitely change their mindsets, maybe at university age and maybe younger. The topic of this panel is engaging young business leaders. I remember almost 8 or 9 years ago, we had a program for high school students, 15 to 17-year-old. It was a summer camp, summer program focused on entrepreneurship for teenagers. And after 4 years, I met one of them. He gave me his business card that the same idea that he applied 4 years ago in his high school entrepreneurship program. And this idea was, this program was a paradigm shift for his orientation. And he started the business based on the idea that he came out of this program. So hatcheries, programs, competitions is a kind of eye-opener that would enhance or increase the probability. I have another question. Maybe the banking is quite different because founders, they always look at great ideas. Banks look at great ROI. So the objective is different. So when a company goes to the bank, or maybe to you as a personal, asking for personal investment, one company with a very good idea, a camel kind of business model, with expected 30% ROI, good cash flow, good economics for the company, and another company with a very high potential and very high risk that expected to grow maybe 30x, 30 times, 300% ROI, and maybe you lose all your money. How would you evaluate both businesses?
Very smart question. And I will be very honest with you in answering this question. And
bank and personal, because I know it might be different.
Yes. First of all, I think here, if we look at it from banking perspective, banking operates under a certain framework of risk, taking into consideration that traditional risk, all of us, we know the markets, the credit risk and operational risk. And if we look at it exactly from that perspective, just banking, purely banking, definitely banks always look to have the risk managed under a specific tolerance level. And technically they are not really hungry to get high risk assets or let's say investment unless there is a specific mandate. But by nature of banks, they will not go to the high risk assets because they don't act in the concept of assets management, for example, per se, because they need to balance between the risk they are taking and the depositors fund and the shareholders fund in this regard. So that's something considered from their perspective in terms of continuity of the business, ensure having the right match, not to reach to a situation of mismatch, talking about ALCO management in terms of assets, liabilities, maturities, pricing, both sides, asset and liabilities. So this is a purely banking answer, which is definitely, they will go to, as per example, to the, let's say, moderate risk, not a high risk kind of a profile. However, if we talk about investment banking perspective, if we talk about assets management perspective, wealth management perspective, I'll be honest with you, that could be part of a portfolio, of an investment portfolio, to be kind of, to have, let's have high risk assets class to give a boost to the portfolio that we are structuring for a certain client in terms of the return. So that could be within other type of assets class. It can't be as a standalone assets having this, because as I'm telling you, from banking perspective, investment perspective, we look at the concentration risk as well. This is something we have to mind it. So that's something we look at when we structure. That's why if we look at it from another perspective, talking about banking from Islamic banking point of view, today, how I receive depositors fund, mostly I receive it based on a mudaraba, which is a joint venture kind of a thing. I receive it based on a wakala, investment agency. So how I go deploy them, which is the funny part here, which is I think one of the gap needs to be addressed by Islamic finance professions. We go deploy them in particular into murabaha assets, ijara-based assets, which is lease assets, and istisna, construction. So if we go to the side of the assets, you look for mudaraba deployment, you barely find 1 or 2 transactions, which is, even if you talk about it from investment point of view. So here is the gap we need to address. So today, I receive the funds based on a mudaraba. I ideally should go invested with those kind of ideas and deploy these funds in a way of the mudaraba as well. Even from banking point of view, from Islamic banking lens perspective, under the framework of risk, I should apply the same assets, kind of assets class risk classification features with the same, as a liabilities, with the same concept of assets, which is today is not happening. Because there are certain infrastructures, certain, I would say, support required by regulators to be taken place here. So getting back to your question and answering it from my personal point of view, I would go to the new idea with the high risk concepts. Definitely, from my personal point of view, high risk is high return, you know, and from trader perspective, if you are not willing to take the risk, I believe you don't be a trader. The risk is a key element. It's just the matter of to know how to manage the risk. And I think that is the advantage being taken today by modern bank, I would like to call it, talking about kind of a digital banks, talking about, you know, like a new banking concepts happening, where if you go to digital banks, the way how they raise, the way how they act, they don't act the same of traditional banks, which I think they are trying to come up with different ideas from banking. And it's coming here. We see it. We see portfolios of digital banks, at least within the UAE, I don't have the numbers with me, is growing massively compared to the normal banking. And we have seen that during the conflict, like people in the market are going to transact with the digital banks, so and so, which something bring flexibility. We were talking, chatting, the three of us, about flexibility. Just we were there on the corner of the room, and I think that is what is needed. We need just to come up with the new ideas, with the new concept, just to make people get into banking. Because the question, and I like how the topic being, drafted between the university's perspective, how we teach our kids about finance today. Do we teach them finance? Do they have a finance material in their book on their subjects? At least for me, what I know, no. They don't have. So we have to educate them. So education of finance, buy and sell, trading is not there. And luckily, alhamdulillah, that's something, it's the key concept and a core principle of Islamic banking. You need to take the risk. We have to share the risk. And definitely, looking at it from the lens of Islamic banking, I think we are helping the entrepreneur. If we provide them an equity-based financing like Mudaraba, Musharaka, we are sharing with them the risk. We are providing them a technical expertise, because banks, they operate based on documents, based on studies, based on feasibility studies, certain ratios. So technically, we have seen it on the ground, because as Emirates Islamic, alhamdulillah, last year we have awarded the best Islamic bank for SMEs. It was December 2025. And we have almost like 45,000 plus customers, SME. So we are really active from Emirates Islamic perspective on the SME, and we are part of the ecosystem by providing digital banking to them, digital channels just to transact digitally on everything, all the journeys. So getting back to the points, so we have seen it on the ground. We educated those people, we educated those customers based on our requirement in terms of visibility studies, what is required, what kind of ratios, what kind of bookkeeping they have to maintain, what kind of reports they have to provide us when we do any annual review or semi-annual review to their profile. So definitely, I would say this is a key role of banks in general, not to be only just transferring funds or risk from here, from A to B. No, they have to play the role of raising awareness in the economy they are operating in. They need to engage more with the public, because without engaging the public, without empowering even this, I would say, this segment of business, talking about SME entrepreneurship, you will not bring growth to the economy you are operating in. You will not bring new ideas.
Yes.
You will not act. I mean, like Alibaba, for example, how it goes. I mean, it's really interesting story for those they have seen the journey of Alibaba, for instance. It's very amazing how it's being done. So,
yes, 100%. I mean, and I'm very happy that you chose the highly growing and scalable company, because this is the startup ecosystem. Most of founders, they have something innovative, something that is quite new to the market, and there are no current clear market dynamics. And they have massive challenge when they approach banks, because the banks are not, or some banks are not really compatible with this ecosystem. And when they go to family offices, most of the family offices, they don't have a big appetite to invest in startups. I remember I was on a panel, Family Office Investment Summit, and one of the panelists, he said that we don't invest in startups. Our minimum investment is $100 million with valuation of $1 billion infrastructural projects. So, I mean, for family offices, for banks, why don't you allocate $5 million to this portfolio of startups maybe every year, so there is new and fresh investment to the ecosystem? And I want to ask Dr. Ayman the same question: how we solve this capital and investment phenomena that is compatible with the startup DNA?
Yeah. So I'm going to continue my story, and so you understand. So let's take a young entrepreneur that came up with the idea of a food truck. They like a food truck, right? And they managed to get $50,000 from their family, friends, and fools to buy their first food truck. And it's very successful, and they're making money. So now they will approach a bank and saying, I have a good idea, I have a viable idea, and I want $1 million because I want to open 6 more food trucks in the next 2 years, and I want to buy the food trucks and I want to launch them across this area. Typically what happens is, because they're not, as you mentioned, my colleague mentioned, they're not understanding finance, they're going to go to the bank and ask for $1 million. Can I have $1 million to expand my business, to expand and to grow, and I need $1 million. What the bank will do, and this is where I think Islamic banking should come in, what the bank will do saying, we see your truck, you are making money, you are profitable, but you're going to ask us for $1 million so you can buy 6 food trucks. Maybe we need to have a different conversation. Maybe what we will do is we will finance your food trucks. The food trucks, you will lease them or buy, or that we will buy them and we will finance them, and we will own the assets of these food trucks, which are worth X amount, and you can take a loan that we will finance them for your payments. That is the conversation that banks will have, because it's basically on asset-based loaning on this. So it's not just they're writing a check for $1 million, good luck, go do whatever you want with it. They have assets to back that $1 million. But they will charge interest. They will charge fees in the Western or these commercial banks. This is where Islamic banking has a potential, where I see what was mentioned here, which is musharaka, mudar, and all that, is that they can come in saying, this is a partnership, so why don't we purchase the trucks for you and finance the trucks for you, and in which it is a shared investment of yours. That is innovation in my place. There's other ways of doing it. I'll give you an example from Korea. Korea will say to these young people is that if your idea is viable, we will purchase the machinery for you. We will purchase the equipment for you, because the alternative is, because the banks will not loan you, you will go to what we call the shark loans in Korea, and they charge to 30 to 50% on the loans. So the Korean government created something called the Sunrise program, in which they will work with local entrepreneurs and purchase their capital expenditures. But they have to be very programmed into a system. That is another approach in Korea. In the United States, what they do is the government will issue what we call different types of certificates, in which to these entrepreneurs, they can go to the bank and saying, I would like a loan, but the Small Business Administration will tell the bank, if you loan this entrepreneur the money based on due diligence and based on you doing all the requirements that a bank should do, right, we will guarantee between 80 to 90% of the loan. So the bank says, let me get this straight. I can loan this entrepreneur the money, and I have to do due diligence on him, but I don't have to assume all the risk. Because the government says, we will support you 80 to 90%. Because if you make money, the entrepreneur will be successful, and therefore your portfolio will be profitable for the bank. This is public-private partnerships. This is thinking outside the box of how we can get these entrepreneurs to start or scale their businesses. But it needs a partnership. It needs continuous dialogue between all the parties, not just the private sector, not just the banks. It's a combination of private sector, banks, and the community, and universities, and other players in the community to promote these young people, and vice versa. As you said, 44 years old is the average age of an entrepreneur in the United States, but there's younger people coming in, and this is where AI comes in. In the United States, the average amount of money needed to start a business for an individual is below $10,000. We're not talking capital investment heavy type of thing. Today, more than ever, starting his business is very easy and it's not as expensive. So there's a lot of excitement out there because of the use of AI and the potential of AI.
And I think with the current changing dynamics due to the geopolitical actions that's happening everywhere, there is a big opportunity for other businesses from different regions, from neighbor countries, from from the local ecosystem. So it is an opportunity. I have a question. We have 10 more minutes, so if anyone from the audience have any question, please let me know. But I have a question before that related to using financial technology, fintech startups. Maybe to Dr. Ayman, Dr. Tarwish, anyone of you can answer this question. There is a gap in financing startups and SMEs, and there are numerous number of fintech companies, crowdfunding, peer-to-peer lending, peer-to-peer crowdfunding, startups that issue micro sukuk, or they have using this kind of digital solutions, and they are licensed, they have B2B, amazing, flexible platforms. They can fund SMEs. I know many of them, they fund SMEs, and the process is quite easy. And Sharia compliant, which is another challenge for startups and SMEs. They don't have access to many Sharia compliant financing solutions. Even VC contracts, some of them are not Sharia compliant, the term sheet. So do you think that fintech can somehow fill in this gap, funding the SMEs and startups?
It's growing very fast, fintech, and I'm not sure if you all know about a a company called Ant, A-N-T. It's a fintech company out of China. And they raised almost $2 trillion of financing for SMEs from around the world.
2 trillion.
$2 trillion is ready to be that, because it's a lot of it is fintech, right? So they see a huge market there. And Princeton alumni have created a fund for loans for the entrepreneurs. So they say, we'll invest in you all through the Alumni Association. So now you can actually access Princeton. I think also Stanford has created a fund for this type of thing. So accessibility to finance is available. And what our people are doing are creating these communal approaches, both globally and locally, to help support each other. So let's say you're a graduate of a university and you have some excess capital at hand. You want to support this new startups coming from university. Now, because of technology, you can put in $3,000 or $5,000 as investments in these startups with potential return. And what they issue you is they issue you some, what we call some initial stock in the company, saying, if you put this, if we go out public or eventually if we make money, you have a stake in our company, X amount, and type of thing. So I think for my generation and your generation, this was not possible. For the young people, it's a matter of just connecting and making sure that you know the basics of starting and launching and growing your business. And I think you have more access to finance than ever before.
Yes.
And Islamic financing is coming very fast as well. I think there's more innovation coming.
Yes, 100%. Dr. Darish, do you think that fintech are competing banks or complementing banks?
Complementing banks, I agree with his statement 100%, and I give you a real example, for instance, in this regard, exactly supporting his statements. Within the UAE, in particular, Emirates Islamic Bank, last year we have launched something called fraction sukuk. Usually sukuk is, which is like the Islamic bonds.
Emirates Islamic Bank.
Yeah, Emirates Islamic Bank.
So UAE-based founders?
It's open. It's open to everyone. So, for example, fraction sukuk, usually sukuk, definitely we all know, the minimum investment ticket, usually $25,000 as a minimum ticket if you want to invest in sukuk. And definitely you don't have the possibility to be allocated with the specific paper you are looking for as an investor, so on. So definitely not everyone has this money, 25,000, or maybe exactly as you said, they want to diversify their portfolio. So today we have fraction sukuk, some of them with a minimum of $2,000, $3,000. So we'll be sharing a pool, slicing this paper, so we will have a share, I will have a share, you will have a share, is all managed or regulated. And you do it 100% online. You just open the application of Emirates Islamic, just go to the wealth section, and you will say, I want to invest in the sukuk. You will have the list of the sukuk, and they tell you the minimum ticket for the fraction. Definitely, what's the opportunity of that? From investor perspective, as he said, it will give diversification approach, new instruments to a youth, to a people, to let's say, to encourage youth people to invest, to give them the culture of investment. Again, I think my point of view, it's a personal point of view, I don't know if you agree with me or no, is the most important topic we have to study, apart from Sharia and all these principles from Islamic point of view, is finance. It's something we deal with it every day, which is we are lagging behind from our kids. They don't know finance at all. So they know only spending, for example. They don't know investment perspective, which is the reality. So these things will let them think that, okay, I can buy sukuk fractions. Beyond that, which has recently happened last month, we have launched a gold investment on fraction perspective, which you can buy it online, which you can store it online. Definitely you can ask for physical delivery. You are anywhere in the world, you want to buy a gold maybe for tax reason, for investment reason, you want to give it as a gift idea, as we say, for your kids, you can do it. We have this option is happening. So these kind of investment instruments, it gives flexibility again to the investors from that point of view. Getting back to the other point of view, look at the amount of funds that we have today pooled under the channel of Islamic finance. This sukuk, definitely some of them is linked to a specific issuer, which is belong to the government, and that government took this sukuk to build maybe a data center somewhere. So you see, you are impacting the economy indirectly. You are building a tower in a place indirectly from this 5,000. So you see how much you pulled from the economy to just deploy these funds. So definitely this gives the opportunity for both sides, those that are seeking for funding to build, and for those that are willing to invest and to have the opportunity to invest. But to add to that, even from fintech perspective, if we focus on the topic that we are covering, the SME, today, the most important thing, at least from Immerse Islamic, our experience with those 45,000 customers, we try to raise the awareness about the online by saying, if you deal online, I will give you waiver of fees on certain transactions. If you come to the branch, I will charge you. Definitely that helps to engage with them more and bring untapped opportunity from their perspective, which means that if they have a liquidity, they place it, which I go redirect it. But I will be very honest with you, I'm not going to lie here, that the gap is still there from Islamic banks overall, where this funds has to be invested with this kind of, let's say, entrepreneur on the way of risk-sharing concepts. Because I like your example, how you highlighted about to the bank to finance a car, which is the realistic situation. But to move with this scale of business, we need to engage with them based on the stage. The stage for them is building a capital. I cannot tell him, give me a car, I give him an auto murabaha financing and just pay me installments. I don't care if your business go well or no. So I need to be part with them. So technically, and that is the beauty of Islamic finance. You have multiple products, while in conventional you have one product, loan. In Islamic finance, you have murabaha, musharaka, you have istisna, you have wakala. So you have multiple forms, and that's the beauty of it. So for example, you start from capital structure under musharaka concept to get this initial funding. Later, for example, you want to buy a car, you want to buy property, I will move to murabaha, for example, or equipment. Then I move to a leasing if you want to buy property or you want to buy an office. So you see the beauty how you structure Islamic banking. It's a comprehensive solution. We should not look at it from the mindset of traditional banking where lending, I give you only cash. No, I'm partnering with you. I should be partner. I shouldn't be your bank just to give you cash and to manage your fund. Otherwise, I will not be adding any value if we think about it from Islamic point of view.
Yes. Dr. Ayman, you want to add something?
I saw a pilot on this. One of the banks has launched a chatbot, an AI chatbot, for inquiry on loans and partnerships. So instead of you actually going to the physical bank to have a discussion with the portfolio, you can have a discussion with a chatbot on your business idea. And they ask certain questions in the chatbot to see where you are at the stage of your business. And if they see that you are at a level of capacity that they're willing to be interested in talking to you versus going to the physical bank, as you mentioned, they will ask you to connect your bank account to the actual chatbot. So now the chatbot has access to all your banking information. And more importantly, it creates your application for review. And now what we've seen here is if you have actually a physical address of a company where you're collecting money and sales and receipts, it's also connected into this whole ecosystem where the bank, you, and the chatbot are all having access to the same information. And now the chatbot is recommending credit limits to the different businesses based on their needs. It's all automated. The technology is there. That human interaction where you have to convince someone to give you the money is being less and less, because now they're looking at fact-based system decisions on what works and what doesn't work. The young generation get it. The young generation will expect it in the next 5 or 7 years that this is how loans and transactions with banks will happen. Robinhood, which is one of the largest stock exchange purchases here, allows for fractional purchase of stocks. So if you want to buy Google or Apple and you only have $25, you can buy $25 of an Apple stock. It's 0.3% of an actual stock, but you own 0.3% of that. And if the stock goes up, it tells you at the end of the day how much your stock went up and what is your gain on this. It's a new world, which is exciting.
Yes. Do we have any questions from the audience? If we have any questions or comments, please. The lady back there.
Thank you so much. As a representative of young generation and student of Islamic Economy Finance, my question is here. We have many young people who would like to invest or want to be an SME in their department, we can say. And you have mentioned that for these people, they need to be known or heard at least in order to get the support. So from your perspective, what are the stages or the steps need to be taken by the young people to do their job successfully? Because as we say around, many of them, they just give up without continuing and going to the end. Thanks so much.
Well, for young people, as I mentioned earlier here, to get known is you have to be engaged in your community and your university. So join university clubs, join different local communities here, because I believe a lot of different universities, especially in Turkey and other places, their number one job is to promote youth entrepreneurship. So to get known is you have to be engaged and not, and I'll be very clear, not expect people to come to you to help you. It doesn't work that way with the young generation, unfortunately. You have to go out and show initiative to get help. And I'll be very honest with you, now with the young generation, they expect everything to come to them. It doesn't work. You have to come and say, pay attention to me, I need help. So it's a two-way street.
I think we have time for one or two more questions, please.
My name is Ahmet Fahrettin Uçar. Thank you for giving me the mic. Well, we know that Y Combinator Samuel Altman, the one who was making ChatGPT, is at the head of a company that's getting a lot of the startups and giving them the money and getting all the ideas and, you know, basically taking equities and shares in these companies. So this is really crucial to have these kind of Y Combinator-like, companies to get all these startups going. In Turkey, recently, our president and Bayraktar family, they've done great strides in this area to support startups to come to realization. But do you think that there could be something more that can be done to give them more space, more motivation, more resources and support to make them grow into? Because in a previous presentation, I think an Indonesian or Malaysian lady talked about the small enterprises, that Indonesian economy is mostly small enterprises, but we need more corporations and more large enterprises in the Islamic world that are world-class companies, I think. What do you think can be done about this to make them top-class companies?
Yeah. So I will get this, and I will share with you, for example, from Emirates NBD perspective as bank, definitely Emirates NBD ranked to be the second in terms of assets within the GCC banks. So, for instance, the first action we have taken is to establish an AI department. So that something has been done under the digital office. Definitely, we cannot deny this fact. And exactly, I like the examples today. I learned a lot in this session. So today we have this kind of, I would say, AI model, which is definitely not being, I would say, being made visible yet to the public, like the example you mentioned by Dr. Ayman. So we made it internally just to study the files of the customers, the files of the applicants. So now how we both this one, I tell you, I'll get back a little bit to the main points I have discussed, that traditional banking, which is, I can't be aware of it. You know, I need 5 working days to study your credit application. I cannot be aware of that requirement. I need your electricity certificate. I need your home lease contract. I'm a bank at the end of the day. I operate under this kind of traditional thinking. Now, how we make it better, how we make it bigger is, I think, 2 things is required. Definitely process, re-engineering the process is happening. And AI playing a vital role here in it. Definitely we are investing in it as banks from the GCC perspective, talking about it specifically from MSMBD perspective and Emirates Islamic. Now, engaging further with the right audience, which is improving. Like, for instance, we are encouraging SMEs as an EI by providing, for instance, a price of 1 million dirham. So maybe tomorrow I need to apply for this. If definitely, I'm not allowed because I'm a staff. So it's the opportunity for everyone here. So 1 million dirham is, for example, if your idea has been succeeding idea and has been generating a profit idea. So they are pushing to have SME solutions. Beyond that, 2 years back, as Emirates Islamic, Emirates NBT, we have done again a same prize, which is something similar to this amount. And some of the, fintech companies, they have won this by providing a solutions It was kind of like competition, RFI. It's purely to support the fintech's requirements. So what I'm trying to say here, banks, they should invest more in the nations by awareness, raising awareness, by providing funding. I like when you said, if you have idea, you don't have funding, no points. I want to come to Al Baraka, but I don't have the flight ticket cost money, so what's the point? So that funding it's a key element, which is the banks, they have to make it, and they have to educate even depositors about the risk they are taking in their deposits. And that is the real Islamic banking. You need to engage in the real economic transactions. I cannot get your funds under Mudaraba, which is risk sharing, and go invested under Murabaha, which is only a credit risk here, and I'm not sharing the risk from asset side. So that is unfair happening, which is the gap needs to be addressed. I think this is the key solution, or the key point that has to be addressed, and definitely regulators play a key role in this regard.
The problem I see with this AI tool that you mentioned as an example is taking the IP property of these young entrepreneurs and without protection. And we have a big concern about IP theft, because you might have a good idea and they might give you $50,000 or $100,000, but your idea is worth $100 million. So be careful using AI and sharing your ideas, IP, intellectual ideas. IP is one of the most missing items in this whole AI discussion, how to protect your ideas. And I think that's the next trend, is how to protect the entrepreneur's intellectual property.
Yes. We have a room for 2 more questions. It's first time to see Dr. Ibrahim. He always, when he comes, that means that the panel should stop. But it's the first time that he's telling me that we have a few minutes left. So, alhamdulillah. So we have another question from you, please.
Hello, thank you. I have a question actually. I believe that AI actually, can it replace young entrepreneurs, like with the idea making, idea creating, instead of us coming up with ideas, AI coming up with ideas? That's really confusing.
I love your question.
Because they have a lot of information. Like we take, personally for me, like I don't really say, right? I dedicated 5 years of my life to that.
Yeah, so I'll answer this question, and you're not going to like it, but I'm going to tell you. But it's the truth. So we at the United States, we were doing research, and we did research, and we realized that when we ask young kids like you to come up with a business idea, most of the ideas that they send us is AI generated. So they go to ChatGPT and they say, come up with an idea for the professor. And you're laughing. And now the professors got smart. So we took your ideas from AI and we put them back in AI and told the AI to evaluate them. And we send you our answers from AI to tell you why your ideas don't work. So now it's becoming an AI to an AI conversation. You create an idea from AI, and we give you the feedback from AI, right? And we have done research, and we have shown that the 70% of ideas that win awards in universities are AI generated. That means we don't know the difference if it's coming from a student or it's coming from AI. This is what's happening. This is real, okay? So the question is, don't give me an idea that's AI generated. Show me how you used AI to make your idea more impactful. Because that means you know how to use AI, you know how to grow the business, scale the business, and why I should invest in you, not your idea, to being the next entrepreneur. So what we're talking about here is a Socrates way of teaching. Don't show me your product. I want to understand the way you think. Because if I understand the way you think, I can understand if you're actually being an entrepreneur or just copying and pasting what somebody's telling you to get a grade. The most successful young people now have a high level of what I call intellectual capability and opportunity recognition. Dr. Tarbishi, I used AI to create this, and if we can talk to these people, we can get money from here. And what I need from you as a professor, or as a university person, or ICSB, is to please write me a letter of recommendation or call this person so I can meet with them to explain to them my idea. Our jobs now, banks and other stakeholders and leaders, is to open doors to young people to meet the decision makers. So I call and say, listen, meet with this person. This kid is good. Talk to him. That's my job now, not to put a letter grade on an AI tool. My AI ChatGPT can put the letter grade. And I spend 2 minutes to write a grade for him because I know he didn't write it. AI wrote it. You know, and I know there's clues in it. If you look at AI, too many dashes in AI. So as soon as you see dashes, that means AI wrote it. And if it's a lot of fancy words, it's AI written. So professors are getting smart.
Yes. Yeah. And this concept of autonomous companies, autonomous startups, the one founder, one person company where they automate everything and AI does the content, AI does the marketing, AI does the customer service and chat bots and so on. AI does the fulfillment and delivery. So it's a one-person company and AI does everything. It might work for now, but maybe after 3 years, when more people know about AI tools and applications and so on, so it will end up that most of the startups or SMEs are using AI in most of the business operations. So you have to go back to reality to have real value added. We had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah, one company that you should look at, and it's an AI company called Base 44. Write it down. Base 44 can replace all your developers, marketing people, designers, customer service, all in agentic AI. It's all there. The company now is worth $1.5 billion in the US. One person, Base 44, and 2 months ago, he hired his brother because his mom called him and yelled at him that his brother needs a job.
Yes. One last question. The lady at the back.
You created the balance now.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be replaced by AI next year.
Any
But we're here.
Any
Don't replace us with
questions?
I'm a student of Fenerbahce University, and my question circles back to the point of youth and how they should navigate themselves in the current financial world. And I think I will try to put it all into one question. How could a young entrepreneur gain the protection over their own intellectual ideas? Because frankly speaking, if we go to people who are like the big sharks or the big whales, you might go and introduce your very, very successful ideas, but if you don't have proper intellectual property standpoint, basically, it can be easily taken away from you. And not to mention the fact that the investment itself, like you have established previously, is that it involves of risk. There has to be a risk. But if you are risking, let's say, $25 when you have 1,000, that's not too much of a risk. But how would you navigate a $25 risk when all you have is $100, which is basically what the youth have to face nowadays?
Yeah, that's a great question, an exceptional question here. So usually what happens is when entrepreneurs or students come and saying, Dr. Tarbishi, I have an idea and I'm afraid to share it with other people because they might steal my idea. The first question I ask them is saying, can you prove to me that your idea is not existing somewhere else? So I ask them, show me that your idea does not exist anywhere else. Show me 10 companies out there that are not doing the same idea as yours, and why are these 10 companies not like you? So you can say this company, this company, this company, and then I will know that you've done your market analysis, that you are not telling me your idea, but you've looked at exactly the closest thing to your competition. I'll be like, at that point, what you do is you sign an NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement, which means if you share it with me as a professor or in that, then you say that I cannot take, use, or abuse your idea somewhere else. So that's called an NDA. More importantly, you said you're in a university.
Yes.
All universities have a commercialization office, which is part of a university, which says that they protect students, scientists, researchers, young researchers, to say, as a university, our job is to protect the youth. So come to us, we will protect your idea, make sure that nobody takes it. At George Washington University, we have a clinic, a law clinic, that teaches you about IPA protection. Means don't go out there, sign anything with anybody unless you make sure you have the legal documentation available, including the professor, which is me, that if I know 100% it's your idea, there's nothing close to it, I will have to sign an NDA. The last thing you do is document it. Document it in email, saying, I've sent you my idea, da-da-da-da, so if anything happens, you have what I call digital proof, or an old term is paper proof. So universities protect students. The community protects students. So you're in a good footing here. So don't worry about that. Worry about what your idea is exciting. That's what you should be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I think we have to stop here, but before we close the panel, I have a special request, since I would say most of the financial institutions in the world, Islamic financial institutions specifically, and other financial institutions are here. There is a big gap when it comes to funding startups, SMEs, innovation worldwide. There is a huge gap in Sharia-compliant financing for SMEs and startups. There are several funding, I would say, and financial products, but most of them are not Sharia compliant. So I have a special request and a call from this conference. We need more access to Sharia compliant capital that is compatible with the dynamics of the SMEs, innovation, and startups. And maybe I know that there is a challenge in the channel and sourcing. So there are many entrepreneurship organizations all over the world that have this mandate. Like us at Succeed, we reach out to startups and to SMEs all over the world. So we have a program now in Africa. We have a program and different activities in different countries in Asia. So I can tell you there is a gap in funding Sharia-compliant products. And this is a big, a major mission. So thank you, everyone, for joining the panel. Thank you, Dr. Tarabishi. Thank you, Dr. Darwish. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can we take a picture?
Thank you to our moderator, Dr. Wael El-Dasuki, and our panelists, of course, Dr. Mohammed Darwish and Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi, for that very engaging discussion that was inspiring to many young entrepreneurs out there who want to eventually build their businesses using various tools, including one of the most important of all in our time, AI. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the representative of our sponsor of this panel, Mr. Namık Ayhan, who is the founder of Ayhan Hukuk, who again sponsored the 7th panel of our summit. He is going to present
Thank you.
our contributors with a token of appreciation on behalf of the 3rd Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul.
Thank you. Thank you. With it. Okay. Hello.
I think that panel discussion deserves a strong round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our program, we turn to another important dimension of the Islamic economy, one that shapes perception, understanding, and public confidence. In an increasingly connected world, media plays a vital role in influencing how industries are understood, how institutions are perceived, and most importantly, how trust is built. For Islamic finance, effective communication and credible narratives are essential to expanding awareness, strengthening engagement, and connecting with new generations of stakeholders. Our next session is a leadership talk titled Islamic Finance in the Eyes of the Media, Narratives, Platforms, and Public Trust. Moderating this conversation is Ms. Farzana Badwell, Chief Executive Officer of Curzon PR. Join me on the stage, please. And joining her is the head of the Department of Communications of the Finance and Investment Office of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Gökhan Yücel. Thank you for being with us. Over to you, Farzana.
Hopefully you can hear me, yes? Perfect. Great. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, this session, I'm incredibly thrilled because I know Gökhan for a long time and I've heard of his work for many, many years. So I'm absolutely delighted to be sharing a stage with him. Now, this panel is Islamic finance in the eyes of the media, narratives, and public trust. And what does that mean? I think what we're looking at is we're looking at different audiences. We're looking at audiences that understand Islamic finance, as well as audiences that don't quite understand the technicalities that underpin Islamic finance. So we're really looking at inclusive communications in this talk. Now, I'm going to start off with just giving you a flavor of Gökhan's background, just so that we can contextualize the insight that he'll be sharing. So he's currently the head of the communications department at the Investment and Finance Office at the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey. Now, in this role, he leads strategic communications initiatives. So that's campaign, branding, marketing, media sponsorship, events, and it's supporting the country's investment, finance, and economic agenda, and helping position the country as a competitive destination for global investors. And we're all very aware of branding in terms of product, in terms of services, but also elevating it in terms of branding, in terms of countries. And that is a lot of the soft power experience that Gökhan has had has been really the country branding of nations, of Turkey. And that yields many, many benefits. That yields benefits in terms of tourism, in terms of economic foreign direct investment, as well as trade, talent attraction, and so forth. And so the lessons that we can learn from Gökhan can be applied from sort of nation branding to products and services, and indeed to sectors, and we're talking about the Islamic finance sectors today. Now, he has also taught communication skills for engineers at various different universities, including the National Defense University, contributed to many international initiatives, such as the OECD Education 2030 project, served in UNESCO's Turkey's AI committee, so very much at the intersection of AI, communications, nation branding, trade, and investment. Now, as we know, Islamic finance is one of the fastest growing segments in global financial markets, yet its public narrative remains contested for multiple reasons. Mainstream media, they tend to often frame it narrowly or inaccurately, while specialist platforms, they are much more sort of cognizant and understanding of what it means, Islamic finance, but yet they perhaps do not get the huge sort of audience that the mainstream media still attract. Now, meanwhile, social media has created a lot of noise. You don't have that many guardrails, so you have people using social media platforms to talk about Islamic finance in a multitude of different ways, which can add to the confusion and the chaos around it. Now, I'm going to start off by asking, Gökhan, if you look at Islamic finance, and I know that you have worked with, with country brands, and now you're working on trade and finance, would you say that when you look at Islamic finance, say for Turkey, they call it participation finance, whereas in other countries around the world, they use Islamic finance. Would you say that that inherently is one issue, is the lack of consistency with the language around Islamic finance, participation finance?
Well, thank you very much, firstly, Farzan. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. And before answering your question, or at least making an effort to answer your question, let me begin by thanking the whole organization team. I'm part of the organization as well, one of the coordinators at the presidential side, and I'd like to thank the whole team, Ibrahim, Gadda, Hashim, everyone here, the forum. So it was a real pleasure to be able to organize the third one in Istanbul. And I was moderating the session last year, and you were a panelist, so it's the other way around.
Getting my own back now.
I've been dealing with Islamic finance very intensely for the past 1 year because of the merger of the finance office and investment office under the presidency. So there used to be 2 different offices, and overall there were 4 offices in the presidency: investment, finance, human resources, and digital transformation. 3 of them are now closed down. Only investment office survived, combining with the finance office, so we expanded. And that's how I have been also mandated to communicate the Islamic finance bit as well. But of course, because we're working at that or operating at that level, I've been also in charge of communicating the whole financial language of the entire nation as well. I mean, so remember the last, which His Excellency Mr. President mentioned yesterday, remember the new powerhouse for investments package, set of incentives, further incentives for investors, also including tax exemptions. I've been lately dealing with its communication, especially for the external audience. The language, you said, yes, there seems to be a gap between participation in Islamic finance, but I think that's not the only gap that we have to tackle. There is certainly a deficit, a global deficit at the moment, between the narrative, let's say the perception, and reality, okay? So I think Islamic finance hasn't, from a communications point of view, from positioning, branding, whatever point of view, hasn't realized the very potential and the value proposition that it offers. So if we go back to numbers, and today's talk or conversation is somehow about narratives and numbers. So we're trying to optimize the two. We probably did the last panel before the very last panel. So much has been discussed. I mean, you honorable guests are experts in Islamic finance, etc. But believe me and trust me, whatever you say for hours, if not make little sense without strong communication. And we need this more than ever before in the world. It's not about calling Islamic finance, Islamic participation. I think it's about to realize what we really want. Because good communication processes start with good questions. One of my masters, as some of you might know, I've been educated by the late Erol Olçok, the chief campaigner for His Excellency Mr. President, who was martyred on the 15th of July with his son. I am his product, basically. He always said, communicators deal with questions, but the best communicators invent their own questions and they answer it. So we have to invent a question. What do we really want to do with Islamic finance? 1% global financial assets, 1.5, you know the figures and numbers way more than myself. Is it enough? So should we be happy about it? Maybe make it 1.7, 1.8, 2%, $6 trillion? In an age of uncertainty and fragmentation, certainty has become the rarest commodity. I've read a WEF report last week. Geopolitical fragmentation can easily cause, or has already caused, $307 billion cost. and has potential further to cause up to $6 trillion of economic loss anywhere in the world. So this 6 trillion number is important because 6 trillion number, if I'm not wrong, is what we have in Islamic finance assets, is it? So there is this, we have to think accordingly with the ecosystem. And also includes not only focusing on Islamic finance, the sukuk, and all these products and services, but I think we need to focus on a more general, a broader ecosystem of Islamic lifestyle and life. What do I mean? We need to focus on, food, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, content building. So we need to be more aware of what we are dealing with. If we are happy to be niche, an alternative to the Western mainstream narrative, that's all up to you. The judgment they will come, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask, what did you do for Islamic finance? We'll say, Ya Allah, we did our best. I talked because we organized, Ibrahim and I, and we organized an event. And he say, Ya Yokan Ibn Hussein, is that enough? I said, Allah, I did my best. I think there is one advantage we shouldn't miss this advantage. It's about being niche, not alternative. I'm very interested in fragrances. Niche fragrances and their brands are in rise now, especially from the Middle East, from our part of the world, Because it's somehow easier to, again, combat or compete with the mainstream narrative, the famous haute couture fragrances. If you remain or prefer remaining a niche fragrance. Amouage, do you know Amouage? Oman, I use Amouage as Amouage decision. Amouage. Amouage probably in Arabic, the waves. Huh? I don't speak Arabic, by the way. Last year they did a total revenue of $500 million. It's a lot of money. But they are universal. Everyone uses Amouage now. Not only Muslims. Or people who are somehow sympathetic to Islam. Or, there are, the question, of course, will probably require to what we call to segmentize our target audience, speaking with this, technical, optimizing our target audience. Who are they? I think there is this influencer thing after us, so I shouldn't be I shouldn't be very, I shouldn't look or sound very knowledgeable about it, because they are the people you should talk. But in short, I think that's the essence of what we need to do. I've been listening as much as I can. I mean, I'm sure you saw me running around before President's session, dealing with, seating plans. That's part of my job. But we need to come up with, we need to invent our question. Maybe if not invent, to rediscover what we really want to do with Islamic finance.
So I think that's really insightful, because a lot of the times when we think about good communications, we forget to start at the beginning, and the beginning is actually what are the goals, what are the objectives. And so it's really clear to understand. I think the second great gem is not to have a minority mindset that it is a niche area and therefore you don't have the confidence of other sort of financial systems that are considered mainstream, and being very mindful of language as well. What does alternative mean exactly when you're using that? Now, what I wanted to ask is the question of one of the key aspects of communication is relevance. How can you make Islamic finance relevant to a wider audience? And when often a lot of organizations talk about Islamic finance, they talk about the products and services, but they don't necessarily link it to how is it relevant to the value systems and the lives of the target audience. And I wanted to talk and ask Gökhan a few questions about relevance. And so in public relations, we have a term that's called horizon scanning. And that means that you have deep empathy for your audience and you think about them and you do a horizon scanning of what are they thinking about, what's happening in their world, in their social, political, economic, technological world that they are living in. And once you understand that, then you can actually get your messaging to be much more relevant, and then it resonates. So I wanted to ask you, when you think about Islamic finance, how can people in the audience make it more relevant to the audience, not just talking about the specific products and services, but how does it impact? So I'll give you an example. If you look at today, there's a great deal of inequality, financial inequality. There's a huge widening gap between the haves and the have-nots. You have a lot of conversations around the world about how AI is also ramping up this inequality as well. You're beginning to see these great big IPOs from Anthropic, SpaceX, and Claude, and the huge amounts of numbers and money involved. And so there is a deep concern of inequality that is happening across all societies. So for instance, one example would be you take the ethics and the principles that underpin Islamic finance and you link it to what these societal ills are so that it becomes relevant, and you look at storytelling in a broader themes other than just the core product and service. So I want to ask you, Gökhan, with your incredible experience and your expertise, how can the audience take Islamic finance and build upon to make it more increasingly relevant to the audience, and not necessarily just looking at Islamic finance? I met somebody today who runs an Islamic finance investment house, and he said, it's not just for Muslims, it's for non-Muslims as well. Why should we only provide our services just to Muslims if we have an ethical way, which is fairer on those with capital and those with not? Why should we just put boundaries around it? Why not open it up and be inclusive? So that's a question I wanted to ask you, is how can we take Islamic finance, and other than having marketing messaging on the products and services, how can we make it increasingly more relevant to people, to draw people in?
Well, that question needs a holistic approach, as far as I know. So if each Islamic finance institution wanted to make their own profit, this question is nonsense. It's redundant. Okay? We need a global effort, if not an initiative, to start making Islamic finance stronger. Again, I mean, as I said, I'm not very knowledgeable at all on Islamic finance, but I can figure out how communication, branding, positioning, marketing works in this world. Okay? I'm former head of strategic communications and crisis management for the entire nation in this country. I made the name change from Turkey to Turkey. From your point of view, my change was illogical. Everyone is so used to Turkey. Why Turkey? I asked my own question. I invented my own question and answered the question in the right way. I said, I want my country called as I want. Not through the spatio-temporal way that someone else have been designing over the past at least 250 years. I want to be as immersive and agile as possible through my country brand and name. And then I did another thing during my previous job. I came up with a new campaign for the country, which is now the grand strategy of our country, the Türkiye Century, Türkiye Yüzyılı. Türkiye Yüzyılı was initially invented by myself in 2021 in order to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Republic of Turkey. But it didn't stop there, because it's more comprehensive than covering a retrospective period of 100 years from 1923 until 2023, because it's in the 21st century already. And by saying the century word, by using the century word, I can somehow also include the second centennial, at least until 2099, to broaden my impact, scale, scope, and the role that the Republic of Turkey is now aspiring to play. So your question is connected to this very point. We need to find a good narrative. In communicating our country's FDI, foreign direct investment landscape, I've been working on 3 narratives over the past 4 years during my current job in the office. Resilient, Turkey, your resilient partner. Nexus, which is our current, the umbrella campaign that we are doing in the office, you might have seen it, Nexus of the world. Why? Because Turkey is no longer a bridge only. A bridge connects, even not connects, like bridges 2 sides, and you cross over it. That's it. A nexus is a place, an interactive, an immersive place where people, industries, sectors, ecosystems come together, and creates a hub of interaction, of investment. And then powerhouse. It's due to this very recent, the most recent package that His Excellency, Mr. President, declared for those who attended the dinner last night at the very same venue, that hall, a month ago. So we call powerhouse for investments in Turkey century. One other thing that we should do, I think, again, from my own experience since I'm here, I think we need to claim more. I mean, by saying that, I should be clear. I've been using also the discourse of being a superpower, rising superpower for Turkey brand. Turkey is a superpower. I don't care who and when and people, what people say. I said this last week in London, Brand Finance. I was the keynote speaker at the Brand Finance Place Brand Conference. I said Turkey is a superpower. And I just tried to explain further why. So we need to do something similar to Islamic finance as well. Dinar standards, I don't know if there is any representative here from Dinar. They did an amazing job, a great report of the state of global Islamic finance, 2025 to 2026. I read it, every single word. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. Do we have a state of Islamic finance narratives or media, the coverage currently, or has anyone done it recently? Has anyone seen something about it? So we have to match these 2 things. I mean, we have to find a way to ask the right questions, or start asking the right questions by doing parallel things.
Yeah. I think in one aspect, the Islamic finance sector is fragmented. So you have different organizations in different cultures, different terminology, for instance, as well. And so when you've done such an incredible job of branding Turkey and including the name change, you had the advantage of having a consolidated base in order to project the narrative. And so how would you advise the Islamic finance sector when it doesn't have that consolidated base? It has lots of different players in different cultures, in different terminologies, and so
different densities as well.
Yeah.
In Malaysia, in South Asia, the share of Islamic finance is X percent. Yeah. In Turkey, it's Y percent. It's in the Western world, it's Z percent. So of course there are varying kind of intensification of the flow and share of Islamic finance in different regions. We're fully aware of this fact, and that's part of the answer as well. I mean, we need to do this targeting, and we have to get to know more about the target audience. Yes. What I'm trying to say, Farzan, is there is so little evidence about what we should do and how the ways in which we can know more about our target audience, the channels, the platforms, especially in the context of Islamic finance. So, believe me, I was probably 3 or 4 days ago, before this rush started, because I knew I couldn't do anything when it starts, and I couldn't do anything, to be honest with you. But last week I did have a bit of time to investigate what is currently done about. There is so little, especially academic research as well. There is one article from 2006 or 7 in the Islamic Marketing Journal of Islamic Marketing, which looked at 984 stories between, did I take a note, 1984 to whatever, 2007, and that's it. And there's a gentleman I really appreciate, maybe we should invite him next year. There's a gentleman called Mudathir Adesanya who wrote a great piece. I don't know if any of you knows him. Mudathir Adesanya, about why Islamic finance needs a new sales narrative. And he's answering all these questions in a very technical, way that, he makes this segmentization like strictly observant Muslims, culturally Muslim professionals, non-Muslim, which he talks about AI, Islamic fintech. He talks about ECG initiatives. And yes, we know all that, but we need to ask few more questions before we reach that very point.
So really what you're saying is the importance of investment in understanding the target audience, understanding all the different narratives before we can get to a place of being able to be empowered in order to be able to communicate a clear, compelling narrative.
So that we'll decide if we need to forge a new narrative, fresh narrative. Maybe we don't need to forge a fresh narrative. Maybe everyone is happy and we're talking just for, making a communications kind of slot here, which shouldn't miss in such a big scale, large scale conference. I don't think so. I think we need to do such, we need to undertake such initiatives to make Islamic finance even stronger. But I'm sure people in the audience are also willing to do so.
I think also what's quite interesting is Islamic finance and how it's understood in Muslim majority countries as well as countries where there is a Muslim minority. So, for instance, in the UK, and countries where there is a Muslim minority, there tends to be a greater risk of disinformation and misinformation, which then ends up finding its way in the sort of traditional media systems, which then creates a bit of a problem if countries like, for instance, the UK, we have an outsized voice in terms of media because out of all the countries in the world, we've got the highest number of global traditional media houses that then takes that sort of misinformation and can create sort of issues with that.
We face the same set of problems in Turkey as well, so don't go that far away. I mean, Turkey has this clash of narratives as well,
So we could learn a lot from what you've been through, because even perhaps you could explain to the audience what you've been through when you changed the name of Turkey to Turkiye, and how it was even difficult to get that name change to be accepted by the global media houses.
That's right. I mean, if we can do this, if we can reach that point, if we can make this kind of, this, as we call it in comps, the spine strong enough, then I think we will go beyond to be like if Islamic financial assets command 1% or 1.5%, I think we'll go beyond 1.5% in media coverage as well. If we are lucky to get it. We don't get it either, especially in the Western world. So we have to close this niche, this deficit. We have to close this gap by making enough effort on thinking about how we can close the perception and reality gap or deficit.
The other question I want to ask you is, if you look at human history and you look at storytelling, it started off with us around a campfire, and then you had sort of communities and societies that didn't really exceed 100 to 200 people. And then when I think back at when I first came into the industry about 16 odd years ago, you had a handful of broadcast media, a handful of print media, and social media was very like emergent communication technology. And now you have what we call in PR channel fragmentation, which basically means there's a lot of channels. There is, and so what I want to ask Gökhan's advice, because having done such a successful job in communicating Turkiye's country brand globally across trade, investment, and all other aspects, is how has things changed whereby before you could just put your messages out in a few newspapers and broadcast, and now you've got podcasters and YouTubers and Instagrammers, and now on top of that, and if you thought that was complicated, this layer of social media, you now have AI-driven content, and now you also have on top of that these LLMs, these large language models, be it ChatGPT, be it Perplexity, be it Claude, be it Gemini, and they of course also are becoming increasingly important in shaping perceptions because of people are moving away from Google search to the LLM search. So with all of these different channel fragmentations, what advice do you give the audience on how to navigate and knowing which channel to use? Because it's not like our budgets have increased in line with the channel fragmentation.
Well, just channel fragmentation issue has become a real, it's an uptrend issue, which we can also call maybe like being omnichannel, and there are several other terms for this. But Farzana, don't forget. I mean, if we talk about LLMs, if we talk about ChatGPT, Gemini, if we talk about cloud. We have to be careful. That's what I said in a university lecture 2 weeks ago. We're between us. The very LLMs we use to prompt and learn kill our brothers and sisters in Palestine. If you don't believe what I say, go and Google. All these big and major LLMs make agreements with Pentagon, with other defense institutions in the West. Not only Palantir, we know this Palantir, the new Leviathan, Palantir, yes, they are evil, we know. La'natullah alayh. But are we making, so if this is the issue, before asking, are we making enough effort again, before being subject to this question in the judgment day, because we will be subject to this question in the judgment day. That's what I believe. We're making our humble efforts, Ya Rab. Accept, please. But all these LLMs, because this is all about algorithms, this is not only about narratives. Narratives also are produced and generated by these new machines of standardization. And we are deceived that these tools and instruments help us customize. No, they don't customize. They don't customize. They standardize. I write every day, and I read tens of pages. And you do as well, probably. Go and check your texts. My juniors bring me texts. They're all same. The word seamless is everywhere. Why? Because ChatGPT wants us to write with this word seamless. I'm not a native speaker. I've been speaking English for the past 40 years. Thanks to my dad, he sent me private school, and I studied in the UK then. I've never heard this word as often as today. So, you know what I mean? Yes, of course, we're talking about Islamic finance, but we have to be aware of a larger framework in which we operate. It's not only about globalism. It's not only about fragmentation. Yes, it's not only about uncertainty. Yes, we are fragmented. We find a new narrative, and we connect people, as we say, I do every day, as I do say, it's every day. It's in a fragmented world, Turkey's FDI landscape, we connect people, so we are next of the world. In times of uncertainty, Turkey is your resilient partner, so come and invest in Turkey. But that's not that simple. We're talking about the Ummah and Islam, Islamic finance. It's not like, any other finance. But we kind of, by using it very often, maybe, we kind of are so much used to the word Islamic finance. It's Islamic finance. We're talking about Islamic finance. I'm saying this the third time. The religion delivered us by Muhammad Mustafa alayhi salatu wasalam. The religion which is not starting with him, but way before, even before Adam. Okay? Islamic finance. Turkey's FDI landscape is a branch of it. Malaysia's, Saudi's Islamic finance, Sukuk world, it's a branch of it. I'm speaking about Islam here. So the responsibility is how many times? More. You guess. Otherwise, it's my everyday work. I go and find the term. I do the omni-channel thing. Let's do a bit of LinkedIn. Let's do a bit of Instagram. Let's do a bit of outdoors. I do this every day. It's my job for the past 25 years at a high level. Alhamdulillah, I'm really grateful to Allah that He made this possible. Me serving the Turkish state. And hopefully, somehow, directly or indirectly to the Islamic world, to Ummah. That's probably the only way that I can survive. But from a technical point of view, and our time is over, let's just shake a bit. And let's be aware of what we are dealing with. Organizing this event, coming here, going back, studying, making all these balance sheets, making profit, making deficit as part of Islamic finance. Not Islamic finance, Islamic finance. That's my last word.
Thank you. And I think the bold takeaway from this session is I asked Gökhan questions about communication channels. How can we best craft the best stories and choose the right channel mix to push it out? But maybe the question we should be asking is, it doesn't matter how best we craft our messages, ultimately the algorithms are in control and the algorithms of main communication channels that are out there are not aligned. So maybe the question should be asking, why is it that Islamic countries don't have their own communication channels that they have built? And you have China that has its own communication channels. My understanding is Turkey is launching or has launched recently its own social media.
We have N-Social, which is now functioning. I think, I don't know the most recent figures, but it's way beyond a couple of million users now. Yeah. It's functioning really. I'm using it as well. It's quite well. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't prevent, and it shouldn't prevent us from using all other channels.
Yes.
Because we have a universal claim.
Yeah.
Our assertion is not local.
Yeah.
We live in a world of polycrisis. The crisis is everywhere. Uncertainty prevails. Fragmentation endures. So we should be aware of, more than ever before, everything and anything going on around us.
Yeah, so very much contextual intelligence. But I think that's the takeaway, is actually, don't just focus on messaging and which channels. Actually, shouldn't we be thinking to build our own channels? And China did the same thing. The US has done it. Otherwise, we'll just be a slave to the algorithm. So that's our takeaway. Thank you to Gökhan.
Pleasure to me to talk to you as usual, Farzana. I'm a little tired from 2 days of heavy work, but I thank everyone here. We made this thing happen again, and for their participation and being with us here in Istanbul, this great city. Hopefully, of course, yes, inshallah, we'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bedwell and Dr. Yücel, for that eye-opening discussion. I think eye-opening is a very good description of the last 45 minutes of conversation that we heard from our two distinguished contributors. Thank you so much for being with us here today. We spoke about meaningful engagement, the fact that it's an increasingly important driver of long-term value. This idea, of course, extends into the digital world as well. Today's creators, entrepreneurs, and digital personalities, they're building communities that reach millions of people across a variety of platforms. Yet, as the creator economy continues to evolve, an important question emerges. How do we move beyond measuring influence by audience size alone and begin focusing on the quality, sustainability, and real value of digital capital. This brings us to our next session, titled Raising the Quality of Capital from Follower Counts to Financial Value. This discussion is going to explore creator business models, monetization strategies, audience trust, investment potential, and the metrics that truly define long-term value in the digital economy. Join me in welcoming the moderator of this session, Ms. Sidra Iqbal. She is a senior broadcast journalist. You can join me here on the stage. Joining Ms. Iqbal is Mr. Ahmed Talat, Mubashir Academy Director at Mubashir Trade, Egypt, economic content creator and investment advisor. You can also join us on the stage, Mr. Talat. Also with us here today is public influencer, Ms. Saida Hayati. And last but not least, Dr. Mohammed Talal Lahlu, the Chief Executive Officer of PC Consulting. Over to you, Sidra.
Well, thank you so much for that. And assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an absolute pleasure and a profound activity of learning, relearning, and in many parts also unlearning. Well, I've been here for my first ever Global Islamic Economy Summit here in Istanbul. I returned to Istanbul after about 8 years, and it was a delightful experience to be here at the Al Baraka Forum, where, with fellow creators like my panel, we could indulge in conversations and try and understand a subject which is very wide. I think kudos to the entire team for bringing together practitioners, experts, and scholars that have done a brilliant job in making very complex ideas very palpable, very understandable, and that is what we're taking away. So as we begin this conversation, I must tell you that, in my opinion, in my reflection, every generation is born with their own value and their own idea of capital. Sometimes it's land, others regard it to be gold. Then we've seen more sophisticated tools come in. But some of the most creative and the most valuable capital of today's time do not sit in the balance sheets. They are gauged by the communities, the influence, and the kind of engagement and conversations you can have. They can be so potent and so powerful that it scares systems, it scares state. Because while it can bring about a lot of benefit for society, it can also create a havoc and can also create a lot of chaos. So let us try and delve into a conversation where, with my fellow influencers and content creators, let's try to understand the demarcation between value and visibility. Sometimes we are pushed to take sides, sometimes we are pushed to monetize. And how does that relate to the Islamic principles? Especially when it comes to the principles relating to privacy or honor or value-based conversations. Are we pushing what is just going to, make sure that it goes viral, it gets millions of views and engagements, and therefore it's going to be profitable? Or are we going to indulge in areas and be mindful and thoughtful that my content is going to be yet creative, and at the same time, it will have the right kind of engagement? If you look at the entire globe, you will also notice that the Muslim storytellers and content creators, if one is to actually follow this value system, they are sometimes struggling with their reach. They are sometimes branded to be radicalized. They are sometimes taken to be a nuisance in society rather than creating values. So let's try and unpack that and see how this panel views the concept of value. We will have one of our panelists engaging in Arabic. So in case you have your headsets, please be mindful of that. I'm going to pose my first question to Ahmed, and I believe, Ahmed, you're going to choose to answer this in Arabic. So let me take this one. As we were talking about in our offline conversations as well, the creator economy is often called the attention economy. But the good part is Now we are slowly moving into a more evolved stage where we would like to see it as a trust economy. So my question to you would be, in the past, success was measured by follower counts. Today, the real value is measured by the credibility, the influence, and the trust that you can garner. How is that impacting the content that you're creating, and how do you personally feel about that?
السلام عليكم. أحب أعرفكم بنفسي أحمد طلعت، مقدم وهوست بودكاست بتاع اقتصاد. لو هنتكلم على جزئية المتابعين، فإحنا مثلا مش بعدد المتابعين نقدر نقيم إن هو ده حد مشهور أو هو حد ده كويس، لأن maybe إن الناس أو ممكن يكون الناس اللي متابعين دول هم مش interested أو هم حد بيتابع حاجة معينة. تقدر تقيس الموضوع بالمتابعين، مش المتابعين عددهم، لا المتابعين دول مدى قوة تأثيرك فيهم إيه. فده اللي نقدر نقيس بيه هو أهمية صانع المحتوى وأهمية إن هو يستمر.
I am struggling also because I got a little bit of that. I think this is also an invitation to learn Arabic. Thank you for that, Ahmed. I'm going to request for a quick translation. Noor, you promised to help me out. If you could quickly summarize this in English for me as I move towards our next panelist. Can there be a mic directed to Nurhan, please?
This is not just only the number of followers. This is maybe for the good followers you follow. Yeah.
Okay, so how credible the community and the kind of people who follow you and who become engaged with you also matters.
Yeah.
Sarah, I'm going to take this one to you. For a number of us who are right now taken to be influencers, we may not be native to this industry. We were doing something else. You were a banker. I was in legacy media. I was on television. And slowly we segued into other platforms where we started owning our media and creating our own content. How has that journey been like for you? Could you identify value more clearly when you were a banker? Has that ever been a personal dilemma? How do you reflect on it?
Yeah, I think it was a personal dilemma because you have a barrier. People have this immediate barrier when they see the institution, they see you as a professional, and that personal impact is, they just can't cross it. So I think the social media aspect has definitely given me, people a comfort and authenticity in my presence, being natural, being real, being true, and that makes them connect with you.
And was that ever, and this is a question I ask all my fellow women creators, as Muslims, what about the subjects relating to privacy, and how much of yourself would you put out there? Because that line where value meets visibility sometimes pushes you to sort of extract you out of the present experience and push you towards, only thinking in terms of content. Does that happen?
Yeah, I think what happens is, in the beginning, there's no education on how to behave on social media. So you go out there and then you soon realize that you need to have those barriers in your private life and your affairs. Equally, when you're out and about, people recognize you and you don't know who knows you. So it's scary in that aspect when you're out, your children, your families, you're socializing. But gradually, I think, as long as you understand, you grow into the position and start learning what your engagement, your involvement should be, and who you become on that platform.
And while we're talking about capital, Dalal, I do want to segue into another area. Human resources, the human potential, is often referred to as human capital. As a successful creator today, but with the rules of the game changing so swiftly, how vulnerable do you feel to your platforms and to the likes and dislikes and the trends of people? Like today you may have a following of 1 million folks on a particular platform, and tomorrow it can become absolutely irrelevant. And how do you grapple with that reality?
Yeah, first, thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation and the efforts of the event, for the events. Look, as for me, the social media came very late in my professional career. So I started working, I had my company, etc. But so I think this is the core topic, the question you just asked, because for many social media and producing content is a job. It's itself a job. And I can understand this, of course. The maintaining the balance between your authenticity and what the audience likes, and you may say some stuff the audience does not like. So to what extent are you able to stay authentic and in line with your ideas? As for me, I had the opportunity, alhamdulillah, to have a separate source of income before the social media came, and it was especially during a podcast, a famous podcast in Morocco, where and many discussions where I got many suddenly so many followers, and then it kept increasing. But as for me, the rare jewel, the ideal is that the content producer is not depending on what his audience dictates, because we already depend on what the platforms dictates. The community standards are in fact a law. These are digital countries, because they impose, they decide what is legal, what is not legal, what you can say, for instance, about Gaza, what you can't say. I got shadow banned on the 11th of October. So, and it stayed like this for maybe 1 year or 1.5 years. So suddenly your reach divides by 10. And this is very important, because you're between the laws of the platform and the laws dictated by your community. But having this, I give two ideal setups. Either you have a side business, or you're subsidized by someone who has independent orientations from your audience. Then you're strong enough in your message, and being strong enough in your message is also appreciated by your community. The people who often abide by what the followers want, what they like, what they dislike. Maybe this is a short-term game, but in the long term, even your respect ratio may be affected.
But Dalal, I'm wondering, what is your compass? What is your value compass when you're creating any content? Like, as someone who's transitioned from legacy media, I can tell you that there's a lot of training that goes into, if you worked in a newspaper, you know the editorial lines, it's a complete structure. You create something, it needs to be approved by many. In television as well, you have a lot of checks and balance. But with a new stream of citizen journalists and influencers coming in, it feels like their opinions are taken to be facts. And that can make prone not just to yourself to being misinformed and peddling false information, but you can actually create a community that becomes an echo chamber. How do you see that we can guardrail that?
Yeah, maybe creating a community can be a priority for many content producers. As for me, it's definitely not. I have a message. In 2019, I became aware that riba is the core issue of our world, linking it to many deviances, many issues, many problems linked to family, to countries, to instability, to inflation, to financial speculation. I mean, I made my intellectual homework, at least at a small level. Then I knew what was my core message. Then I took it as a path. So I'm not very dependent on how many people are interested in my content. What I'm dependent on is my message true? Is it authentic? Because in a liberal world, what matters more is opinions of people. We are in a postmodern era, so the reality matters less than what people think about you, what people think about the setup, about the environment. I stayed before this era. I did not jump in postmodern era. So still, the reality, rationality, truth, authenticity are the things that matter more for me. And sometimes it can be not liked by some people, but still it's going on and it's improving, it's increasing.
So what I'm hearing is you have your own ways of verifying the information that you may further use in your content. Ahmed, I want to bring this one to you as well. How do you deal with misinformation? It could be misinformation about any of the subjects that you create content around. Do you have an internal process in place? Do you have a team? How do you make sure that everything that you put out there is credible and is authentic and it reflects your own value system?
هو مبدئيا مثلا بيكون في تحدي قدام اي كرييتورز او اي كونتنت كرييتورز ان هو بيحاول ان هو يجاري الترند شويه في ان هو يحاول يروح يشوف اي حاجه ترند يروح عليها. مثلا الذهب سعره ارتفع فيروح لاسعار الذهب ارتفعت. طب ارتفعت ليه؟ هو جري ورا الترند، بس هو مش عنده المعلومه. فلازم يكون البيزك بتاعه او الاساس بتاعه ان هو يكون قادر ان هو واثق في المعلومه اللي يملكها وجايبها منين؟ جايبها من مصادر رسميه. فالمصدر المعلومه نفسه لازم يكون مصادر رسميه زي بلومبرج، رويترز، المواقع اللي هي المعروفه بالنسبه للجميع او تراستد ان انا اقدر ارجع لها. مش بكون متسرع في ان انا اجري ورا الترند عشان اقدر احصل على الريتش او درجه الوصول المرتفعه للكونتنت وانسى خالص المصداقيه، لان ممكن فيديو واحد يضيع كل شغلك لمده سنين يعني.
So what I understood from that is you would only use credible channels like Reuters and Bloomberg to get your information, verify it, and also even for videos and content, there could be easily a forensic verification now. But deepfakes and AI are very much a reality. I want to bring this one to you, Saira. How do you see, just the same question around vulnerability? There's a lot of judgment that unfortunately content creators face as well. One day could be for you, the other day could be against you. One day your followers love you, the community really celebrates your wins, but the backlash can be equally brutal. Does that scare you? Does that, makes you abide by some unsaid rules that, okay, this is a line I can't cross because otherwise my community will not be happy with it?
No, because I think the community is vast. And I think that, like, when it comes to the topic that you're going to discuss, I try to encourage conversation because I want to know their interaction, their opinions. So although I might research and get facts, I'll put those out, but I want to know what their thoughts are. And then people start talking to one another, and that's the key. If we all start speaking I want to educate, I want to speak, I want to teach, but I also want to trigger conversations between people because I think that's the most important thing. Yes, you get backlash because somebody might not understand what you've said. And there's sometimes other people who think they might know better than you do, and they might know better than you do. But at least the conversation's started, and I've grown a thicker skin, I think.
And do you think you would like to have an opinion about everything, or you're selective about the things you'd say? And I say this in the context because in Pakistan, in the holy month of Ramadan, most of our channels come up with a special transmission. And they would like to pick up the most popular faces of, who are well known.
Who's saying the most,
and they could be actors, they could be television stars. When they come in, one of the biggest critique they face is that you're creating Islamic content, but your everyday life or your rest of the 11 months are not reflective of the same value system. Or at least there seems to be some contradiction.
Yes, they say Ramadan comes in and we're speaking about something to do with that. Or if I'm doing some charity work, it's not my financial, it's not my property-related content. And people might not like that. But in the beginning, I never wanted to be a one-track channel. I wanted to be about everything that involves my life that I'm involved with because nobody's life is one track anyway, is it? You have so many aspects of living that people will then relate to you with, and that becomes your connection with that person watching. They're feeling you.
I think one of the aha moments for me during the summit was when we had the keynote about maqasid and iqtisad, which is all to draw your attention towards the mission. We sometimes look at enterprises with the value that they create, the kind of profits and returns that they can generate. But I think one of the thoughts that I'm taking away from this summit is that we need to have a very different perspective to enterprise and value. And it needs to be about how much value we can distribute. So Talal, if I was to take that lens, and Saira is very mindful. She said that her community is very vast. But have you picked a certain ideal audience member that you think that you're speaking to directly?
Yeah, look, I come from a background of Sharia auditing, so our work is not something very fascinating for the common people. It's technical. You review contracts. You talk about stock exchange, financial stuff. And so this is quite technical, and some view it as just for elite. And economics is not something you can understand easily. But the thing is, sometimes you create a market of interest because it's something that everyone is involved in. I mean, when you talk about inflation, price increases, and you link it to riba, then people start wondering, what is this riba? What is it about? Am I wrong in going in my bank, etc.? So I come from a technical, quite technical background, but you know, you manage to have a line of discourse that have some coherence, and you build on it. I mean, it's you have to be coherent and stay on this coherence.
If somebody sees your lifestyle, a youngster, like you've mentioned yourself, that you were a professional, you have your area of expertise, and with that you segued into creating content. But if any of the young people watching, many of them now aspire to be full-time content creators, and this is their ambition in life, what would be 3 tips that you would give them?
I mean, one time I was in France and for a conference, and the guy told me they just created a school for being a content producer. And I said, well, people know, in my generation it was footballer. Still, it was not okay to be, I mean, this is not an ideal for me to be a footballer. So what would we say for a content producer? I think this is not something I would, I mean, I do not share personal stuff generally on social networks, even though I know this would make my reach way higher, but I stay focused on my message, things I make, podcasts, conferences, discussions, sometimes official events like this, and try to make it closer to the audience and explain it. Sometimes via reels, for instance, sometimes via you know, discussing some topics. But I personally do not like sharing personal stuff because I feel it's the easy way out. I mean, just like sometimes you can find a lady or someone sharing his daily routine and having 5 million followers. And then, what's the added value? No, I see being present in social networks linked. I mean, I view followers not as a pride. I view them as a responsibility. And this scares me because I'm wondering every time I'm launching a story or a reel or podcast or conference, etc., do I have any mistake in this? Because this is a leverage. If you make a mistake, it's 100,000 mistakes. And so I'm trying to stay professional in it. Of course, the reach is low, but the audience is more focused also. You retain the people who really have an interest in your message, and not I mean, because if you share your routine or some stuff that have no added value, you may have a high reach, but then it's going to be a mess in your audience, and this coherence I've been talking about will decrease. Because, I mean, talking about Islamic finance and Islamic economics in social networks is quite challenging, but we should not forget that we are in a paradigm. The paradigm is Islam. So am I in line with this paradigm to speak about a sector which is, or subfield which is Islamic finance, or am I not in line? And in my personal life, and I think like the Prophet ﷺ said, كُلُّ بَنِي آدَمْ خَطَّاءٌ وَخَيْرُ الْخَطَّائِينَ التَّوَّابُونَ. So every human being make mistakes. And even if you make a mistake, you should not share it. So I try to keep it professional. As far as I can, sometimes I record some stuff in unofficial places, but still, this is my line. My line is because the background, again, is a bit professional. I have a PhD in Islamic financial markets, so this makes even a higher responsibility. People take you as a model, and when you're talking about Islamic finance, people think you're a mufti, or you're an imam, or you're someone who represents Islam. So then if you make one mistake, this is, look at Islam, and etc. So I prefer to keep this out. and stay professional and say this is, I mean, we're discussing intellectual stuff. So even if it's a bit targeting some elite or people with some knowledge, I'm okay with it as long as the niche is focused.
I think what I'm hearing is, as we asked for 3 tips or 3 advice for the young content creators, you again have to be very mindful and you have to choose your particular audience. And the more defined it would be, it would allow you to navigate a lot of pressures. What you've just mentioned to us sounds like very, very difficult tightrope walking, where yes, you have a curated audience, you have a very specialized field, and you have to be very particular about the things that you say. But I partly also see you owning your audience. Emmet, I want to bring this question to you. Do you think content creators today own their audience? Like if the audience is shifting, if their likes and dislikes are shifting, can you see a similar shift happening in the creator? Or would you rather be abandoned and create a new community altogether?
دلوقتي بس في مشكلة بالنسبة لصناعة المحتوى أو بالنسبة للمتابع. هو طبيعي ان المتابع كل شويه ممكن مثلا لو انا تغيرت او لو انا مثلا قلت حاجه وانا مشيت ورا اهواء المتابعين، كل شويه هلاقي في ناس تعمل انفولو وناس تانية هتعمل فولو، وده بيتغير. طيب فلذلك انت بتبني الثقه على اللي انت مقتنع بيه، ده اللي انت مقتنع بيه كصانع محتوى، تبني ثقه للناس اللي هم يقدروا يتابعوك باستمرار بناء على اللي انت مقتنع بيه. في الاخر عندي قاعده، انت مش هتعجب الناس او مش هتقدر اعمل حاجه اللي انت لو حطيت نفسك مكان اي حد يعني مش هينفع ان انت تعملها. يعني سوري، او انت مش هينفع. يعني مثلا لو في شركه تواصلت معاك وطلبت ان انت تعمل اعلان لمنتج ما، فلازم تعمل، لو هتعمل الاعلان ده يبقى انت لو هتستخدم المنتج ده او هتستخدم الحاجه اللي هم طلبوها منك بس. فاما كون انت بقى تشوف مين خرج او مين دخل، لا هم بيخرجوا وبيمشوا كتير، بس لان بعمل اللي انا مقتنع بيه بس.
And do you think that when people are so mindful about the content that they're putting out, if you feel that you are changing as a creator and you no longer resonate with the audience, like for example, if somebody has been creating content about lifestyle and you've suddenly seen them evolve into someone who is more enlightened, who's now having a bent towards Islam or is changing the way they have been doing work. So should that reflect in the content that they create? Because they are going to get backlash. One of the worst things about social media and being in the influencing business is whatever you create is for forever. So people don't forget and people don't let you evolve.
في الجزء خاصة المحتوى الإسلامي ليه حساسية شوية في الكونتنت، بمعنى ان مثلا لو اي صانع محتوى عادي عمل حاجة غلط معينة واحدة بس هتعديه او ممكن تعديها له. بالنسبة لصانع المحتوى الإسلامي اي حاجة بيعملها هيضاعف عليه المشاكل. فبالتالي صانع المحتوى الإسلامي اللي بيتكلم في الكونتنت الخاص بالإسلام تحديدا هو عنده مسؤولية أكبر بكتير من أي صانع محتوى تاني. فهو لازم يكون حتى لو هيطبق، انا حتى بشوفها كده، بشوفها حتى هم كاشخاص او كحد صانع محتوى. انا مش صانع محتوى اسلامي، يعني انا الكونتنت بتاعي مني مش بيتارجت الاسلامي، ولكن بنبص لها من ناحيه صناع المحتوى الاسلاميين ان هو صاحب فضيله، هو حد حط نفسه في المكان ده، فلازم يطبق كل شيء صح. فاحنا بنبص لها كده، وخاصه صناع المحتوى الاسلاميين.
I think drawing from that only, Saira, when you take up content creation as a full-time job, one of the things people don't talk about, if it becomes your bread and butter, there's that pressure of consistency, there is that fatigue of continuous content creation, and sometimes you're human, you could be out of ideas. How do you deal with these realities?
I definitely agree that if you've got a backup resource, that makes all the difference for you to be true to yourself and your content is as authentic as it can be, because otherwise you're then scavenging for content that might not be true to you and what you're trying to share, and then you end up copycatting to try and raise your profile to make you look more popular. And then I guess from an income you can utilize what you've got to earn and draw from once you've become known for who you are. And then, yeah, then you can monetize off the back of it, but it shouldn't be the driving force, I
So
don't
what
think.
makes you happy as a content creator when your piece of content that you create gets lots of views?
Yeah.
Or when it gets lots of shares, when it gets a lot of comments, and comments can be both positive and negative. I mean, a lot of people, without understanding the connotation that things going viral once upon a time used to be a bad thing, just like disruption used to be a negative word. But now you would have companies, agencies, people who have a stake in you creating messages for them, come and tell you, please create me something that will go viral. How do you respond to that?
I think it's not about how you're creating the piece, it's what you're saying within the piece, and the response you get is for what the audience is thinking. And so as long as you you create the content and you speak the language that people understand, then you are going to get the response back. And it's all measured, isn't it? It's the analytics. You can see it. It's not just your views, your reach. I didn't understand reach. I was watching following, and then I realized how important the reach was, and how far it can go, which is frightening as well, because there'll be people from all different countries coming back to you, asking you questions and asking for your help. And that's where where you feel the strength of what you're doing has a purpose, because people need you and they want your help, and you're able to give back. I think that's what I get from mine.
And that's the intention that every authentic content creator would have. But Talal, I have a slightly different question, especially because you have a very specialized area. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَتُعِزُّ مَن تَشَاءُ وَتُذِلُّ مَن تَشَاءُ. Whoever we would want to grant honor to, we would. But sometimes, and we're all human, we're all fickle, we may have this sense of competitiveness against our fellow creators. And you being a subject expert, if you see another person who may not have the same depth of knowledge and wisdom as you do in Sharia law, getting more engagement, getting a higher reach, and perhaps a better deal by certain financial institutions to relay their message, how does that make you feel?
I love to see them success. I love to see their success, because the most important thing for me, I don't like to be exposed, to be honest. But it is as it is. It's a responsibility. So you have impact. So you have to act where you have impact. And professional life goes on, of course, and working with companies, etc. The issue is conflict of interest. I think this is one of the central issues of content creators. Once you know what's your objective behind being in social networks, it's easier, because remember Qarun, the story of Qarun in Quran. فَخَرَجَ عَلَى قَوْمِهِ فِي زِينَتِهِ. So he went out to his community or to his people in his zina, so in his best ornaments and ostentation, etc. And unfortunately, social networks work a lot in this, and people abide by this dictatorship of algorithms to upload every day a story, upload every day a reel, upload every day a podcast, etc. But once you know what's your core message is, you're very in peace with yourself and with other people when it comes to someone else who has good impact successing. The issue I have is with people who have the opposite message and who succeed. These ones, you have to go straight away and face them, because it's the message is more important than me. I mean, it would be very nice to see someone else taking this message, because it's demanding. I mean, it's tiring.
But sometimes it can hit closer to your heart, right? By that I mean, if they have something wrong, or if they have taken a side or peddled information which is too polarized, which is too hard-lined, would you ever be moved to correct it? Would you want to create counter content addressing what has been put out there?
Definitely, in the same way I would like, if I made a mistake, to have constructive criticism. I love when people tell me in private messages, because of you, I stopped taking a loan with riba, or because of you, I moved from a riba bank to an Islamic bank, or because of you, I stopped this kind of investment, which is involved in riba, etc. But I think if they have a different position in something I consider as being a mistake, as I told you, I'm not in a postmodern era, so I don't think the world is made of opinions and all opinions must be respected. No, there is reality, and there is what is true, there is what is wrong. And if someone is wrong, you can correct him with diplomacy. There is no issue about it, because this is Islam. الذين إن مكناهم في الأرض أقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأمروا بالمعروف ونهوا عن المنكر. So الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر, ordering the good and forbidding the bad, is one of the main things of our religion. So in the same way, I would like, and sometimes I take this constructive criticism, if I make a mistake, there is no problem in correcting or removing the video, etc., etc. I mean, it's even good for me, so that I don't have see ad running out or just running like this. So, but in the same way, if someone is wrong and you made your research and you consulted scholars and you see this is wrong, I mean, you have to correct it. So if he is wrong in his private life, you correct him privately. If he's wrong in social networks, you have to correct him in social networks.
Okay, something I want to touch upon which has more cultural nuances than religious nuances. Saira, I want to take this up with you. Concept of nazar, the evil eye. I mean, a lot of times you would like to show people your knowledge, the beauty, the vanity, the things that you have acquired, the experiences that you're having. Like, for example, right now, you and I are in Istanbul, staying, in a fantastic facility, meeting such amazing people, eating such wonderful food. When you're creating content, does that ever bother you? Because this is conditioned and hardwired into our system, that if you put your blessings out there for others to see, you might attract nazar. Does that ever cross your mind?
Yeah, it definitely does. I'm conscious of what I'm sharing, because everybody is at a different stage and a different level, and so important to get across the message that we want to deliver without showing too much of what we're receiving. So I would be conscious of that, and anything I'd be mindful.
Another conflicting dilemma I've seen, and this is again bringing us back to our understanding of value that we are creating through our content. Do you see, the eventuality of it is we are all going to depart from this world. When you go away, the content that you have created, do you see it to be sadqa jariya? Like it will continue benefiting you because you showed people the light? Or whereas I've seen this debate happen so often in Pakistan, that when a talented singer or an actor or somebody who people are sort of on the fence about whether what they created was real value or not, when they leave the world, people are like, let's not watch it anymore because it's going to add to their sins. How do you see that?
I see it as that right now, whilst I'm living, and the whole purpose of everything I do is to pave a way towards the end. And then, of course, when we go, I mean, other people are going to supersede us anyway, so we'll probably sink to the bottom. And it may be there available if somebody searches for it. So it's nice to leave that digital legacy for people, your children, and anyone that holds on to it. Everyday life that's what it's about. That's the whole purpose. I think.
And monetization. You give people sane, credible, in-the-moment, timely financial advice. How do you practice everything you preach?
I do. Yeah, I never share anything that I don't do myself, that I don't believe in myself. And like you were saying, conflict of interest as well, when you're talking to people, everything that I believe in, I'll share. And it might not always be right, but that's why I open up the conversation, because we're not all perfect. We have differences of knowledge levels as well as, positions in life. So I'm open to the discussion. I want the discussion. Yeah.
And if it's a healthy discussion, there's always something to learn from it. Ahmed, I want to come to you, and this was a subject and this was a topic that was hinted upon in both the previous sessions before us, and that is the advent of technology and AI. To me, when my producers came to me and said, Sidra, we are going to collapse the production time many-fold if you would just allow us to create AI videos of you. It's going to sound like you, we'll provide it a script, it will look like you, it will be animated, and nobody would be able to tell if it's you or not. As a content creator, do you see that as an avenue that is going to allow you to scale up, or is that something that scares you?
هو طبعا دخول الذكاء الاصطناعي مؤخرا في حياتنا احنا ككونتنت كريتورز بقى هو مهم، هو سهل حاجات كتيره، منها الكتابه، منها برضو مساله تانية موضوع المونتاج، عمليات كتيره هو كان الكونتنت كريتور بيضطر ان هو بيلجا ليها لناس تانية، هو سهل العمليه دي. طيب هو الاي اي بيهدد، هو بيهدد في جزء معين، بس اللي هيقدر هو اللي يكمل في صناعه المحتوى مع وجود الاي اي والتطور السريع، ان هو بنى ثقه. كون ان انت بديت كريدت مع المتابعين بتوعك، فده اللي هيقدر يكمل. اللي ما قدرش يبني الثقه دي، هو ده اللي ممكن الاي اي هو التحدي الاكبر بالنسبه له مع التطور السريع، هيكون في هيقدر هو يجي عليه في ككونتنت كريتور. فطبعا هو الاي اي هو تحدي، واللي يقدر بقى هو يكمل هو الثقه. قدرت تبني ثقه هتقدر تكمل.
If I was to take the same question to you, Saira, does that AI and what it allows you to scale up as, is that scary? Saira's avatar doing things that you never had to record, but it looks and feels and sounds exactly like you.
I've had it, but the thing is, you just can't capture the rawness, and mine is raw. Everything is raw. I'm thinking in my content. I'm not scripted. It's me giving my opinion, and AI can't do that, and it just doesn't present itself, and it becomes too the fakeness is present, and people can see it. I mean, I don't think it's quite there to give you that 100% true form just yet. Maybe it will be. And if it is, then yeah, you probably scale you up, because you can produce multiple contents with no mistakes, no pauses, or, you know, presented how people want to see it. But that's not me. Mine's always raw.
Can I probe you on that? When you read this title that is before us, the theme of the topic, and it talked about converting the attention and the value that you're creating into financial value. What immediately came to your mind? Was it financial value for yourself or financial value for the community?
It's always about the community. It's never about yourself, because I believe that what's mine's going to come to me anyway. So as long as I do right in my guidance, then the financial value will come itself. And I think I see that a lot of the work that I do.
There is another shift that is happening, and a lot of people are talking about it. Big organizations are firing the agencies that used to do the advertising and the creative work for them. Unilever just onboarded a number of influencers. So it is, you know, while we are seeing the rise of content creators and effective community building, what we're also noticing is that a number of jobs are going to disappear. Talal, if this was the dilemma before you, what would you say? Would you encourage organizations to have that internal resource of influencers, of voices that matter, being on board to sort of relay their message, or should it be neutral?
Can I have a little word about this AI question?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Look, I come from a country in Morocco. We have the millennial tradition of clothes, etc. And the people view very differently the clothes that are worked with handmade, and the machine. And they're almost the same, but people look for authenticity. Nowadays, anyone can create an avatar of me and make whatever they want to say. They can lie, etc., etc. So I think people will look in the next decade. People will look for authenticity, just as they look for authenticity in clothes. Now, clothes, you can have the same clothes in machine, but people want to know there is a story behind this cloth. It's handmade, etc., etc. I think with this AI era, the authenticity will become. I mean, you see it with the fake news and deepfake, etc. So I think it will become a big deal. So the question then was about?
The question then was about, do you think organizations should have internal voice? Because internal influencers or internal voices are primarily on the payroll, and they could be saying things that are probably not authentic, but it's part of their job description.
As an economist, I know a bit about history of economics, and I know it's very difficult to go against technical progress. So technical revolutions showed us that when machines were invented, there were movements of workers that tried to go by night to the factory to sabotage or to break the machines. But this is temporary. It will shift. So if companies see that it's more cost efficient, because unfortunately, we're in a capitalist system. So the only metric that is valued is profit. And I think in some panels, this has been discussed, that we in Islamic economics, we should not have profit as the ultimate indicator of success. So, but still, you're not going to go against technical progress, so it's better to embrace it because companies will shift if it's cost efficient. I mean, recently a famous company of IT fired 30,000 employees just by an email at 6 a.m. For instance, I don't see this in Islamic economics. This can't happen. You have to know these people who are there. Do they have families? Do they have responsibilities, etc., etc.? You should make it progressively, etc. So this is the difference between us and the capitalism. But you can't go against this technical progress, and so you have to embrace it. So if you are a digital agency, you have you should not face the wave, you have to ride it. And you have to ride it in a halal way, of course, but still you have to ride it. Facing it will not get you away. I mean, you're not going to move forward in facing it.
The interesting thing that we see, and I want to bring this question to Ahmed as well. Ahmed, how about you give us your take about organizations having internal influencers, and then I want to probe a bigger question of how the use of social media and content creation is actually rewiring our psychology. We'll go there, but before that, your take on this.
خلينا احكي عن تجربتي الشخصيه في الموضوع ده. انا اوريدي كنت موجود في مؤسسه، والمؤسسه دي كنا بيعتمدوا اعتماد كبير على الكونتنت كرييترز، فاسسنا جوه الشركه مكان موجود لصناعه المحتوى ان هم يقدروا يأدوا ده من الموظفين. طبعا هو ده انعكس على المنتجات نفسها في عمليه البيع، كانت الموضوع بوزيتيف تمام. وبالنسبه للحاجه الثانيه انا شايف ان هو الموضوعين لازم يمشوا مع بعض، ان انت كبزنس او كشركه لازم يكون عندك ان هاوس داخليا، عندك الصناع المحتوى اللي موجودين في الشركه، بجانب ان انت ممكن تلجا لصناع محتوى اخرين لان هم يقدروا يريبريزنت او يقدروا يتكلموا عن المنتجات او اللي الشركه بتقدمها.
And when it comes to the values and ethics, when we are talking about it, how important do you think it is to take the consent of people that you're filming? Because with the rise of content creators, it feels that every public place that you're at, somebody is creating content. And I'm probably featuring in content without even my consent. Does that bother you at times?
بص احنا يعني ده ما واجهتوش او ده لا مثلا في بالنسبه لنا احنا في مصر مثلا ما فيش مشكله في ان في حد يطلع في الفيديو، بس انا عاده انا كشخص مثلا بقلل الظهور او بقلل التصوير خارج دايما، يا اما في العربيه دايما بستسهل الموضوع، يا اما بكون في العربيه او داخل الاستوديو. دي الاماكن اللي انا بطلع نصور فيها يعني.
So it isn't a big problem if it's a decent photo, if it's in a formal setting. But otherwise, if it reaches your privacy, then it becomes a problem. Do you ever face that, Saira, the backlash? Because your own style that you were talking about is very raw, very energetic. You are very spontaneous with the kind of content you create. Have you ever had any backlash from the areas or the places where you're filming?
I will make sure that if there is anyone around, whether it's children or people, that if they're in my content, that I'll ask them if they want to be there, because you never know how far it's going to go. And if then it encroaches on their privacy, then it's better to just get that consent in the beginning. And I've had it where somebody gave me consent, she didn't realize how far it was going to go, and then she told me to take it down because there was nazar. She was scared of the nazar, but prior to that she'd had other people in and the post hadn't reached where my post went, and so we had that conflict. I just put my hands up and said, that's fine, I'll take it down. But it is otherwise a complete waste of time, isn't it, that you've done something.
I think one of the other things which is happening, and it would be a shame if we don't talk about, is that while we say that we are content creators, and I'm very mindful that we are off time, we'll probably have time enough for a question or two, but maybe I'm just going to use this opportunity to say that when we are worried about how far our message is going to go, it's a double whammy. You want it to go far and wide, but at the same time, you're also scared if it reaches too far. So I literally, genuinely enjoyed this conversation so much that I did not realize that we have gone over time. But perhaps if we can take a question or two from the audience. I see a hand going up right at the back. Maybe if we can quickly take that, and a hand over here. 2 questions, please, before we wind up. and that's going to be quite a bit of a jog for our AV support as they complete their step count for the day.
Yeah, thank you. Moin Yassin from Global Vision 2000 think tank. Great contributions in this session and others. It's quite clear when I attended Islamic finance events, the financial crash time, when Islamic finance was mentioned, and now it's the same topics. Nothing's really grown. Same challenges. The only thing that's different is we've got 2 billion Muslim people. Half of them are under 30. Islamic finance needs to talk about the Muslim economy, the Islamic economy, the Islamic political economy. That needs, as the government official mentioned, I think it needs a business channel, or maybe national business channels, Islamic national business channels, and a global Islamic business channel in which all stakeholders, including the public, content creators, financiers, work people, universities, employers, get involved. No one's talked about it. I would like the reaction of some of the people on the panel. We need to fill this gap.
Right. Thank you so much for that question and that reflection. Talal, may I bring this one to you? He says, so many questions, the same narrative, the similar challenges. How can we change our approach to create real impact?
One day I went to discuss with a scholar, and I was anxious about sometimes being invited to a conference or podcast in the same topic. And I was saying, I do not feel at ease repeating myself. And I'll never forget his answer. He said, repeat and repeat and repeat and don't get bored. And we see this in Quran. Look at the story of Moses alayhi salam, evoked more than 40 times, I think, in the Quran. So we are in a world where the audience is so large that every time you make a new content, you can be sure there is a new reach. But I fully agree that the national platforms, national TVs should be involved. But the topics of Islamic economics, again, we should not embrace this postmodern era where there should always be a new trend. Principles do not change. Being honest is a principle you can find 5,000 years ago. It's not because it's 5,000 years ago that it should change. No, being honest is still something we're struggling about and fighting lie in business and in everyday life. So some topics do not need to change. Maybe the way you present them, maybe the way you address them can evolve with technology, with marketing, etc., etc. And I think, I think there is a problem of communication in Islamic economics. That's why I'm on social networks. Otherwise, I'll have some rest and peace with my days and my nights. So I think we need to repeat as much as we can the message, maybe in various ways, maybe presenting various dangers of riba, for instance, because there are so many of them. So you have plenty of time to discuss each of them.
Thank you for that reflection. Sarah, do you want to add anything to that before we take the next question?
I think what I understood from what the gentleman was asking is that we need to pull everything together so that there's a central resource and maybe an organization that controls it, that allows us to be able to deliver it and the people know where to find it. I think that's what he's aiming for, and that's out to, like you were saying, the governments to pull together to bring something with everyone that speaks every variation of language and at every level so that we can bring more people in and that because they understand it.
I think our brother's question ties in brilliantly with the session before us that tackled the subject of narrative and doing more. But I think what I also sort of gathered from it was perhaps the volume was not up to the mark. What I heard was do more, create more. But perhaps we already have a lot and it just needs to do its job. Very quickly, I think, can we take one more question? Okay, last one.
Comment on something that Dr. Talal mentioned. He mentioned that he's not interested in the exposure. He's interested in delivering the message. In the end, first of all, he's a professional. He has a PhD in the first place. But the thing I want to say is there is place for all sorts of content. Mr. Yujil, Dr. Gokhan Yujil, mentioned Amouage and the rise of fragrances. We now see influencers talking about fragrances everywhere on TikTok, YouTube, everything. So this is part of the shift in the paradigm and the shift in the lifestyle. It's Muslim lifestyle. Influencers promoting modest fashion wear and lifestyle. So there is place for all sorts of content. But in the end, I know content is king. So it is about delivering the most accurate info, delivering the right message. But I believe it is not even an insult to hear that someone listens to you or watches you while he's eating, because he gave his time to you while he's eating, while he's jogging, while he's in the gym. We see the rise of two sorts of content. They are completely opposite to one another. Real short content on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and long-form content, podcasts and everything. So there is place for all that, and inshallah.
Thank you very much for that reflection, brother, and thank you to my brilliant panel for coming together. It has been an absolute delight to speak to all of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Sidra and our distinguished panelists for that engaging discussion. I'd like to invite Mr. Mahmoud Godel, the CEO of Halal 360, to present our contributors with a token of appreciation for all their contributions into our summit. Mr. Mahmoud, if you can make your way over. Right, ladies and gentlemen, today's conversation, it demonstrated that in the digital age, capital takes many forms. It takes many forms beyond financial resources, trust, credibility, expertise, and meaningful engagement. They've become powerful assets that can create real economic value and long-term impact. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the final moments of the third Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul. It is my honor to present our next session that is titled Discovering Islamic Digital Investment Tools for SME Financing. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Umar Munshi, the co-founder and managing director of EFIS. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, thank you to the organizers for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be in Istanbul, alhamdulillah. Beautiful super city. And I have only five or six slides. I'll try and keep it brief and focused and impactful, inshallah. The topic that I'm focused on is SME financing, which for those of you in the finance space or in the development space or even in government, this is something that most countries, all countries probably struggle with. SMEs are so important, yet it's very difficult for SMEs to get cash. SMEs are the majority of the businesses around us in every single country. In some countries, more than 90%, some countries 80%. They employ the most people typically in every country. And even good SMEs struggle. And this is a problem that I would say technology can help to solve. Technology is one part of SME financing, but it is and it can be a very powerful catalyst to instigate and to catalyze SME financing, right? So I have 3 points, only 3 points, and I hope that these points will help to provide some insights and trigger some action, inshallah. Now, the first, since, of course, this is a Islamic finance, halal economy focused conference, there is this concept of musharaka, which I believe most of us would be aware of. Essentially, it's a partnership, right? When it comes to SME financing, this is that special product that should be, but it's not there. It almost doesn't exist in many parts of the world. And one of the reasons is because when you do a partnership, let's say I have a caterer that has an order to provide food for this summit, right? And they need some cash so that they can deliver and so they can get paid, right? A musharaka basically says that I'll put in 80% of the money as the investor, you put in 20% of the money as the entrepreneur, you put in the effort, the sweat, right? The context and all that, your expertise, and we agree to share the profits 50-50, for example, right? It's a beautiful concept because we are really becoming a partner in the small business. The challenge is we need to be able to trust the guy and be able to trust the numbers because our returns is based on the actual business performance. So that's where this example that I'm giving here is about how AI agents today, readily available technology, can be integrated with their accounting system, with their point of sale system, whatever systems there may be, and it can extract the information in real time, and it can calculate the profits so that the musharaka can work. So this is the first point that I want to share with all of you as something that is available in terms of the technology, in terms of the capability, but it's not yet in the market, at least from my knowledge. And if we can pull this in, then musharaka can become a viable way of doing business, of financing businesses. And we talk about participation finance. This is participation finance, right? So that's the first one. Now, second, I know there's some Web3 people here. Turkey loves Web3, it seems, Turkey. This is about social funds, right? And I'm not going to go into detail in each and every one of them, but basically the capabilities that Web3 brings to the table is something that can definitely be leveraged on. There's a lot of social funds. Earlier on, I was talking about investment funds, right? But there's a lot of social funds, a lot of social money or capital that can and should be used for business, right? When we see a tragedy, people are emotional, they give money easily, and that's great. But we need to also unlock some of that money so that it can circulate in uplifting small businesses, right? And here we have, I can highlight here, how we can fix certain rules using Web3, right? We can embed certain structures. For example, smart contracts put together, you have what is called a DAO, right? An organization or a project that can run itself, that has the rules that are fixed. And when we fix those rules, the capital provider, in this case the social finance provider, and the entrepreneur or the business are coming in based on terms that they've agreed to that is embedded and enforced by the system, right? And I believe this is something that can really unlock social money, capital, for business. right? So this is the second one that I like to highlight. And I'll move on to the third one. And I'll give a disclaimer that the third one is a little bit biased because it's a business that I'm part of. And this is a capital market micro sukuk. Sukuk is typically known as debt-based security. It can definitely be used for project financing. It can definitely be used for small businesses. What is needed, of course, is regulations and market understanding, and from there, participation in that market, right? Now, project-based crowd lending is not new globally. You can see here on the right, in Malaysia, where I'm based, right? I'm from Singapore, based in Malaysia. Crowd-funded, they don't call it micro sukuk there, they call it P2P lending, but it's fundamentally the same thing. It has already passed $3 billion, right, or about 12 billion ringgit over the past few years. And it has had a huge impact on the economy, on small businesses. And this is something that, inshallah, in the very near future, will be introduced to Turkey. Right? We have our learnings from around the world that we have brought here and spent a lot of time with the regulators and the stakeholders over a number of years to make this concept available soon in Turkey, inshallah, where you, whether you are a business owner or whether you are a person with a little bit of extra cash, you can participate in this market, right? Let me simplify it. The same example of the caterer that has gotten the project to provide food for this event. The caterer needs, I'll just say in dollars, $100,000, right? And that caterer used to be able to afford it, but now, there's some cash flow issue. So they can come to our platform or to a platform like this and say, I have this contract, I need $100,000, I'm happy to share the profits with you, right? The platform will then, utilizing data, AI, integrations, process the viability of this business and the viability of this project financing opportunity, and then put it on the platform with a rating, right? After screening and so on, we have a rating. You, as the public, can then go there and say, oh, Al Barakah Summit, I know these guys are gonna pay this caterer, and this caterer has delicious food, I tried it before, right? Or I look at the track record, this caterer has done it 10 times. And this caterer is offering a profit share that gives me about 10% in 2 months, for example. And you find that to be attractive, you can then invest a small amount. And everyone here can pool our money, 10,000, 2,000, 500, 100, and we come up with that $100,000 for that small business. And when the business materializes, we get a share of that profit, right? Many of us here are entrepreneurs. Many of us here want to be entrepreneurs. Sometimes we don't have the luxury or the opportunity to be an entrepreneur. But with this platform, you can directly invest on a project basis in that company or in that business and earn profits from that business, right? So these are the 3 points that I have. My last slide is just to show you our website. We are not live yet. We are still processing with the regulators. Please take a photo or go to ethis.tr and sign up on the waiting list. Inshallah, when we launch, we look forward to your participation, because your participation is what will drive the marketplace, will be what drives the platform. And we hope and we believe that, inshallah, this is one of the solutions, one of the digital solutions that will make a difference to SMEs in Turkey, inshallah. And from there, share profits and share barakah with everybody. And with that, I end my session. Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sounds like an amazing platform. Thank you for that, Mr. Umar Munshi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now continue with our closing session of the summit. But before I go ahead and announce the closing session of the summit, I would like to ask for a slight favor from our audience. There's a lot of people sitting in the back. Just to have a nice closing session, I'd like all of you to come sit in the front here and join me close to the stage, if that's not too much to ask from my distinguished participants. I want to see everyone's face close up to the stage. The engagement and the participation of the third Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul has been absolutely outstanding. The amount of people here today, it being the fourth day of the summit, is absolutely outstanding. I really appreciate your participation and the engagement that you've shown so far. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 4 days, this summit has brought together policymakers, regulators, scholars, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators to explore one central theme: how capital can be mobilized, governed, and directed to create real economic value and lasting prosperity. From discussions on banking, capital markets, and waqf to conversations on artificial intelligence, digital finance, entrepreneurship, and sustainability, we've examined both the opportunities and the responsibilities that come with shaping the future of the Islamic economy. As we approach the conclusion of this remarkable gathering, it is fitting that we hear from the institution that has brought us together and continues to champion these important conversations on a global scale. It is now my absolute honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Hassan Khalawi, the Secretary General of Al Barakah Forum for Islamic Economy, to deliver the closing remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. As Sister Afnan said, we had 4 days of very rich and extensive discussion, networking, understanding. Everything, alhamdulillah, was quite positive, and our whole industry, as one of the most important reflection of Islam, which is the Islamic economy, worth all of that and more than that. So as you heard as the opening from His Excellency Najmuddin Bilal Erdogan, there is a civilization behind that. There is an understanding, there is a philosophy behind that. So Islamic economy doesn't reflect an economical system only. No, it reflects a real understanding. It comes from our deep root back to 14th centuries, and today it is our responsibility to reflect that in our modern life. Alhamdulillah, it was a very rich 4 days. I know it's really not an easy to manage 4 days, and maybe we need to apologize to have many of you quite tired, but I believe it's worth to do that in any level, even in policy making. I heard from the governors who joined us themselves that they were quite happy by joining, and some of them, they spent 3 days. They arrived in the first day, so they missed the first day, but they spent the rest of the 4 days working with us and having lots of discussion and interaction. So I'd like to start by thanking all of you. I will not thank our partners or our sponsors because already His Excellency, the President of Republic of Turkey, has shared his appreciation with them in front of all of us. Also our Chairman of the Board of Trustees, he did that, but I really want to appreciate our speakers and our audience with their being there with us for the whole 4 days. So it's not an easy, as I said, to manage 4 days. But as I said, the industry, it's worth to focus on that. We are having only 3 summits. In that 3 summits, in Medina, in Istanbul, and in London, we need to do a lot. So it's worth to spend 4 days, even though if it is quite difficult, but we are keeping introducing new concept every year. So you notice, for the first time in the whole industry, we had a special session for the governors, and we need to interact with those leaders. We need to hear from them, and we can ask them directly, not only during the panel itself, but during the full day or several days they spend with us. This was a major development, and inshallah, hopefully we will have that every single year. And another session was with the CEOs. Again, this is very difficult. You cannot see a session having the CEOs of the industry in anywhere because those people are quite busy and it's very difficult to manage to have 3 or 4 of them in one session. This year we introduced also a very important dynamic to the industry, which is the round tables. We never had round tables dedicated to a technical discussion in a very specific issue. So we had 2 closed. Yes, it is closed, but it is a major and strategic part from the summit. Why? Because the outcomes will be reflected not just on us as Al Baraka Forum, or not just only for our summits, but for the whole industry. So we are still waiting for the final reports of that. We had a round table focusing on the role of bank associations on Islamic banking, and we had another important round table which is the first of its series, focusing on halal and Islamic finance together. So that round table was focusing on Russia and Central Asia. So inshallah next year we will have it focusing on another region, and we will continue keeping that series. Also, we publish 2 new reports, and that report, I believe, is very important for the industry. So every year, inshallah, in that summit, we will publish 1 to 2 special reports. This is a very important report about the Islamic investment funds, and this is related to our subject today. And the other report is a new edition of the country focus on Turkey. So we published the first edition last year, and this is now the second edition. So it is updated report. This is very important. And also we publish our first strategic report, which we branded by Al Baraka Strategic Report. This will be again a new series of a very comprehensive report, and it is a new challenge, as I said in my speech during the launching of that report, which we will be happy to work together for anyone who believe can add to that series. Finally, we are so proud with what we did in the first day by hosting that for universities in that very short but important competition between the universities. We hope that series, inshallah, will be implemented on a larger scale next year. We started that like 2 years ago in London. It was quite successful, and we are implementing it now in every event we are managing. We are giving our coming, inshallah, researchers and leaders and Sharia scholars that opportunity to present in front of that open auditorium, and we have a special committee who will evaluate that. So this is very important, and we will keep, inshallah, focusing on developing that and introducing it in every event we are having that. Finally, again, alhamdulillah, we are quite happy with the networking we noticed, and this is part not only of the aim of that event or our all series. No, it's really part of our understanding of the life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا. So this is, if we want to define it in our modern life, we can call it like a strategic goal. لِتَعَارَفُوا, to know each others, and then to interact on a very positive manner with each other. I believe everyone has the freedom to do whatever he likes, to introduce himself, to take benefit of introduce his company, his business, and institution. And I've seen lots of strategic deals and partnership has been done in front of me through the 4 days, and we are quite happy to do that. Finally, for the next year, inshallah, this year we raised a very important subject, which is the capital. So we need to focus on a major role of that capital, and we will raise it next year, inshallah, which is the investment. So next year, our subject will be the investment. Here, we want to raise the investment as a major difference between Islamic banking and conventional banking. This is a major difference, and still many people, or I may say even majority of professionals in Islamic banking, they don't understand that. In Islamic banking, we don't give loans at all. There is no loans, because loans in Islam, as all of you understand, must be not just even interest-free, but benefit-free. Okay? Then what we do in Islamic banking? Many people call, even the murabaha, they call it loan. And this is reflecting how still we are missing understanding the essence of Islamic economy, which should be reflected in every single sector in Islamic economy, on top of that Islamic banking. So we need to understand that a major role of Islamic banking is investment, and then finance, etc., but there is no loans. And we need to focus on understanding in our modern life, how can we develop that different investment models which are based on the partnership. If we understand the real history of economy, which is very difficult to understand it, because till today we don't have any textbook reflecting the history of the development of the economy, because all that books published from the Western perspective, and you will never read anything about that development through the Islamic history or Islamic economy. If we understand that, we will see that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself who teach us about different agricultural investment model. And this is, you don't see it today. No one touched that for now, maybe 2 centuries, while it was there in our different part of Muslim world. And then it stopped because now we have only that new or that modern economy, which is the capitalism, and they don't have that there. So how can we develop that, not just to keep it part of our heritage and talk about it as part of our heritage? How can see that? And what do we need in the regulations, in the legislation to make it acceptable, even in the banking sector or in the investment sector, on finance sector, etc. And then finally, what is the role which we raised today in that third summit about the waqf? Okay, now we understand waqf must be important part of our capital. Then when we invest as a waqf, is it the same as the other investment, as the banks, as the business, or there are many differences between waqf and others? So this is a very strategic, important topic. Inshallah, as usual, we invite everyone to give us suggestions, anything to develop that concept, and we have the full year, inshallah, to prepare for that, including the different workshops, the round tables, the keynote speech, and sessions. Thank you again, and looking, inshallah, forward to host all of you next year, again by the end of May, beginning of June, inshallah, in the beautiful city of Istanbul. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us an overview of what we've experienced over the last 4 days. Many outstanding takeaways from the 3rd Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul. I'm not going to reiterate what Sheikh Yusuf just said, but I personally am going to walk away from this summit with a lot of gratitude. Gratitude for the speakers, the leaders, you all, the participants, but especially for the organizers that have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this summit a possibility and to bring it to life. Hope to see you all next year back at the 4th edition of the Global Islamic Economy Summit in Istanbul. Until then, please take care. In Turkish, we say Allah'a emanet olun, which means fi emanillah in Arabic as well. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.